We're back, boys. Let's make the grind happen. Stream number 2 of the day. Just got finished with a little bit of sweat and Scape. Dinner and time with the wife. And we're hopping right back in. I'm here at Giants. I'm going to close in on 60 attack really soon. We're 59 already. It looks like a lot, but honestly, it'll go quick. This 24K experience, it's going to fly by. Once we hit 60, though, I'm thinking my next goal, I don't know how motivated I am to go for 60 defense before members. I just don't know how important it's going to be. Because I've decided that bandits are going to be my go-to for the nature talisman, I'm thinking like, I don't really need 60 defense for bandits. It's not going to help me that much. So based on that thinking, I'm wondering if it would be a better idea, instead of going for 60 defense, to try and get like 100,000 essence banked. If we get 100,000 essence banked, we'll be in excellent shape for doing it. I mean, hopefully we get the first nature talisman. That's the first step. But then like once we have it, we'll have 100,000 S. We'll be ready to absolutely dominate the first few hours of the economy. This world looks extremely full at the moment. Probably gonna have to organize a hop here. Gamers are slowly trickling in. Welcome back to the stream, guys. We got a good one tonight. I'm gonna wait till we get to somewhere around double-digit viewers, and then we're gonna start the conversation that I've been touting with Bea, who is one of the contributors to the Lost City server. He's specifically worked on the game engine, and he helped me understand a lot of the Runescape code, and I'm not even a coder. So if I can understand it, so can you guys, at least at a basic level. This looks like a good time to hop. I have no idea what world I'm on, but let's try 12 or 11. We know that we're not on 12 or 11. What up, Jay? Happy Tuesday indeed. We're here for the second stream. We're going to close out 60 attack as quickly as we can. Oof, that double music is brutal, huh? We're going to close out 60 attack as soon as we can, and then we're going to slide right into finding whatever is going to be the best method of amassing rune essence. TBD whether that's going to be mining runes, mining coal, gathering cowhides. Still not sure what the best way to get essence is. I have a hunch that it's not mining rune essence. This is kind of what I want some of this conversation to be as I'm grinding here, is us kind of trying to brainstorm together and decide what we think the best way to make money is to sell those items and buy essence, considering that the price of essence is sitting around 40 GP each. 8K for 40. So yeah, 40 GP each is what S is going for. There's people trying to sell for more, but I think 40 is basically what it costs. Jay, it was fun to catch you in Garlic's stream. I only tuned in at the end, but I was just kind of showing my wife what the whole streaming thing's about. She gets it for sure. I was saying like she doesn't at all get it. She's actually super supportive of me streaming. I think she's just like more trying to understand like what it is about, I think, my stream specifically that people are interested in. But we are completely set up for an excellent gaming session here. We've got our oolong tea right here for a little bit of nice warming caffeine. Massive jug of water. We're set to be hydrated. We've worked out, so we've got the endorphins from working out still coursing in the body, feeling good. We had a solid, healthy dinner. I ate bok choy. Bok choy sauteed with a little bit of ginger, garlic, and soy sauce. Super healthy. Veggie-filled dinner. I was really happy to see Garlic live, man. I'll have to like tune into some more of his VOD. I did watch his video about what is and is not going to be in members, and it was really well done, as expected. Zachary Jaquez, man, is it best to rush all the quests when you start? Yeah, probably. Welcome to the stream, by the way. We got a banger in store for you, Zachary. If you're going to stick around, we're going to have one of the devs on that's worked on the server, and we're going to delve into looking at random drop table, random gem drop table, how to look through the source code to understand the best way to farm specific items, looking at how to look at different NPCs in the game. But more than anything, we're just going to meet some of the passionate, talented people behind the server. That's the really exciting thing. I don't want to make it sound like we're going on a deep code dive or anything. There will be a little bit of viewing code, but it's not going to be like a lesson. It's going to be content, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think rushing the quest makes sense. Did you literally, Zach, just start your character? Because if you're brand new before you rush quests, the first thing you should probably do is run some essence for one of the air runners, especially if it's 10x airs. I'm sure he'll be able to help us find that, Jay. I'm sure. Iron Walls, welcome back, dude. Good to see you here again. We here 2 nights in a row. You keep interrupting me watching alien food. I don't know what alien food is. Is that like ancient aliens? I'll have to figure out what alien food is. Is that, or is it an anime maybe? That sounds like it could be the title of an anime. Let me just put it this way though. Iron Walls, I am very honored that I am getting the nod from you over another type of media that's been catching your attention. That makes me feel really good, man. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. I mined like 9k rune essence. Oh, good job, Zach. And ran like 21k airs to start, so you have 4. Yeah, dude, you're good, man. Yeah, run all the quests. Dragon Slayer can be. Let me just post this free to play quest guide for you. So what I'm going to post for you, Zachary, is the OSRS wiki guide for free-to-play Ironman to efficiently complete all the free-to-play quests. It's not perfect, but it will lead you astray sometimes, but it'll save you more time than it costs you, if that makes sense. I haven't seen something made like this specifically for 04. So for now, this is, I think, the best resource to follow. The things that you need to know up front, I'll try and share with you right now. So first of all, when you're doing Vampire Slayer, it's going to have you go to Dr. Harlow. And Dr. Harlow is going to give you the wooden stake that you use to kill the vampire. Dr. Harlow is not in the traditional Blue Moon Inn in East Varrock. To find Dr. Harlow, you're going to want to go northeast of Varrock, near where the sawmill is. That's where you'll find Dr. Harlow. There's a bar next to where the sawmill is. The sawmill's not in this game, but next to where the sawmill's supposed to be, northeast of Varrock, in that bar is where you're going to find Dr. Harlow. You'll give him a drink, he'll give you the wooden stake, and you'll be off killing vampires. The next thing is with Goblin Diplomacy. Goblin Diplomacy does not start at the goblins in this version of the game. Goblin Diplomacy starts in Port Sarum. You talk to a very inconspicuous, frankly random NPC that is on the northern docks of Port Sarum. So just whenever you're around Port Sarum, make sure you talk to that NPC and he'll tell you something along the lines of, I hear the goblins up north are having some kind of dispute. That is how you start Goblin Diplomacy. The next thing to be aware of, Zach, I forget the name of the quest. I'll look it up here in a second, but it's the quest Ernst the Chicken. That's what it's called. For the Ernst the Chicken quest, the lever puzzle in the basement, it's not the same order. So do not follow the OSRS wiki for the lever puzzle. You're going to have to look at some older wikis and some older articles and follow the order of the puzzles from those articles, because they're recreating the game as it was in 2004, and in 2004 there was a different order for how to pull the levers. So that's the order you're going to have to use. Other than that, there are a few quests that are in 04. Other way around. There are a few quests that are in old school RuneScape that are not in 04, free-to-play quests. One of them is Under Ice Mountain. Another one is Corsair Cove. So as you're going through this old school RuneScape free-to-play Iron Man guide, just try and notice ahead of time when the guide is telling you to prepare for a quest that is not in this version of the game, because that'll happen. It'll tell you to go get an item in anticipation of doing one of those quests, either Corsair Cove or Under Ice Mountain, or there's one other. And if you start following the guide and you start collecting those items, you're going to realize, oh, the items I just collected are for a quest that doesn't exist in the game. That should be it. I mean, there's some other quirks that you can pay attention to. By the way, guys, we started streaming and we're like immediately double-digit viewers. Like, this community strength just continues to grow, and it's really exciting to be a part of, guys. So thanks for being here and supporting. Really soon, I'm gonna tap Bea to have him come in, because I told him that I wanted to wait and see until we got to around double-digit viewers, just to make sure that his time is well spent. We're at 10 CCUs right now. So shortly I'm going to check with him and see if he's ready to have a conversation. I actually think I should head to Edgeville and fish. I don't think I should try and kill hill giants while having this conversation with him. I need something more AFK. So that is exactly what we're going to do. In the meantime, while I prepare for this little fishing extravaganza and while I organize to get Bea in here, do me a favor. If you're new here or if you're old, please, if you're not already, throw a sub on the channel, throw a like on the video, and if you want to be notified when I'm live, hit the bell. And I know you hear other YouTubers tell you to hit the bell all the time. It's not as important because a lot of the other YouTubers that you watch, they make recorded videos. Even if you don't hit the bell, that video is going to show up on your recommended feed anyways. So like, it's not really a whole bunch of help to you as a content consumer to hit the bell. It's more of just a nuisance, but I only make live content. Nothing I do is recorded. So by hitting the bell, it'll notify you exactly when I go live and give you the opportunity, if you want it, to catch the live streams. So there is kind of a more of an advantage to hitting the bell specifically for someone who is a live streamer on YouTube. Jay, I agreed. It would be a good clip for a short reference vid. Iron Walls, I just realized I missed a comment from you. My apologies, but I'm going to take a look now. He's a Runescape creator who has a series playing without using any guides or wiki or plugins. Oh, wait. Alien... I know that creator, bro. Alien Food he's one of my favorite OSRS content. He makes excellent content. The other person who's doing a similar video to that, which is even more intense, is Mad Season Show. Have you looked up Mad Season Show's RuneScape videos? Because he's doing the exact same thing. The only difference is he has never played RuneScape in his entire life. So he has no idea what to do. Like, I'm talking Mad Season Show was trying to train his attack and strength and trying to make himself do more damage. And he got attack all the way to level 20 before he figured out, oh, strength is what makes you do more damage. Like, he literally knows nothing about the game. And seeing him, like, discover the quirks for himself is pretty epic. All right, here's Visual Studio. Yesterday I downloaded the source code for the server. I'm going to want to extract all the source code to a folder. 15,991 items being extracted. Staying here for now, though, of course. Oh, thank you. I definitely appreciate the support, man. It's going to be really cool to have one of the creators on, so I'm looking forward to it. Riot Games spotted a League of Legends player. Yeah, man. I'll show you my libraries, man. While we're waiting, we'll get them all up. I don't play a lot of League because, you know, it's kind of toxic, but let's see. Of these games, which ones do I own? Try to not XP waste here, Will. Do some hardcore gamer alt tabbing to make sure we don't waste any XP. Where is that BattleNet? Here it is. All right, so these are all the games that I play for Blizzard. What up, Teamy? Welcome to the stream, man. Perfect time to join. We're shortly going to have a guest in who is one of the engine developers behind Lost City. In the meantime, I'm just letting the source code download. We are 47% complete downloading the source code. Oh no, we need to make room in the bank. That was unexpected. We need 2 slots. What are we getting rid of, guys? Shoot, probably the hammer. None of this stuff looks like anything I want to be getting rid of. I guess the other fishing pole slot. RIP. All right. Hey guys, do me a favor. I've never asked this before, but because we're about to have one of the developers in, if you could each like grab a friend that you have that plays this game, either IRL or like in game, and just try to get them to come and hang out and see this experience of being able to talk to one of the contributors to the server, because I want to make sure it's worth his time. We're at 9 right now, which is a good number, but it'd be really nice to have at least double-digit numbers for this interview. I think it'll make him feel appreciated. If you don't have someone that you know to invite, I mean, maybe if you're around people, just like spam, just be like, hey, Josh Brown Games on YouTube is about to have one of the devs on if you want to tune in. I've never asked you guys to do that for me before. I know it's a big ask, but I'd really appreciate it, just to make sure that we make the best use of a contributor's time. I'm going to be doing the same. I'm going to go down the friends list and make sure that we get as many gamers in here as possible before this interview. Before this conversation. I don't know why I always say interview. All right, guys, we're going to go down the friends list. We're going to invite everyone we can. And then we're going to pull Bea into a call. Thank you, J Baby, for bringing a friend. Really appreciate it, man. Just a few more. Nostalgic. Oh, Mogan knows. Bea5 will do. Who are we just on? Nostalgic. QAnon's next. Edible, Mafia, Deep Sleep. What up, Avi? All right, the last thing we're gonna do. Booker Thomas is Gojo. Gojo has arrived. Welcome and welcome. We're at 14 right now. Last thing I'm gonna do is get into World 1, so that I can kind of have this advertising the whole time. You know what I mean? Bea's standing and waiting for me to pull him into a call. So I'm gonna kill the music here, and the first thing we're gonna do is an audio check to make sure that everyone can hear him just fine. Okay, kill the music. Welcome, welcome gamers. Great to have everybody here. Everyone's coming on in. We're at 16 viewers.
Oh shoot, my bad. I started a call like the same tick you did. I didn't notice.
Oh, no, you're good, man. You're good. How are you, brother?
Doing well. Got some code changes pushed today. I had 30 commits get merged today that I've been working on for like a week. So
30 commits.
big, yeah, big
I don't know what
change.
that means, but I'm going to bookmark it and we'll dive into it. Um,
Yeah,
so,
there's a lot.
yeah, right now we kind of threw out the bat signal just to let everybody know that we're going to have a chat with one of the developers
It was
who
cool,
has
yeah.
put, his blood, sweat, passion, and tears into this Lost City server that we're all so lucky to have, and specifically that you've worked on the engine. And I don't know exactly what that means. I'm sure a lot of people don't either. So we'll get to have a fun conversation about kind of like what your contributions have been, and also maybe teach some other people a bit, kind of like you did with me, how to look through the source code themselves. But before we get into that, man, I'd really just like to get to know you. And I'm just gonna do one quick thing before we really dive in. I want to make sure that the audio is working well. Last time that was an issue. So chat, if you guys could just confirm that you guys can hear me well, you can hear Bea well, and that our
Hello.
audio is checked out. No one said anything. Like last time, people were like, "We can't hear anything." Right now we're getting questions, um, and because we're getting questions, I'm just gonna mention it now. At the end, if there's time, we'll do a Q&A. But just to keep the conversation fluid, I'm gonna wait till the end to do Q&A. I have not seen anybody complain about the audio, so I'm gonna take that as a
Hello, everyone. Everyone can hear me?
okay. We just had someone confirm. Chris said the audio sounds good, so let's let her rip, man. I mean, first things first. Like, I just kind of want to start simple and like know you as a gamer, right? Because like we're all gamers. Uh, Tell us like when did you start playing this game and how did you develop a love for it?
You just mean all versions of RuneScape, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what was your first experience with it, and then like how would you describe your RuneScape journey that's led to this point?
Yeah, I've played forever since I was like 9, back in 2006. I got my first laptop, personal laptop in 2011, and I was happy because I got to play more RuneScape. I just always really liked it. And the community, there's a huge, it's a real social game. As I transitioned into university, um, I graduated high school. OSRS had just come out. I think it came out toward the end of my junior year of high school, and then it was out for my senior year of high school.
Right.
Started playing it again my first year of university, kind of picked it back up. And at the same time, I was developing a career path. And so this was probably back a decade ago, maybe 11 years ago. I'm a 17-year-old kid out of high school thinking about what I want to do. Um, I started major electrical engineering, but I took some computer science courses and everything clicked really easy. And I think everything clicked really easy because I'd already kind of been like, I had been in the bug abuse community as like a 15-year-old, like learning about like obviously like integer limits, learning about how queues work and like how linked lists roughly work and stuff like that. So there, I don't know if you remember like back kind of in the pre-EOC era, like bug abuse was like kind of cool. Like, we were all kind of kids, and you know what I mean, like the Eric OG Joa videos and stuff like that. That people would like break the game. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, no. Actually, I mean, give like one example because I don't.
Oh yeah, so I don't know. They came out with those microtransaction pets. Okay, so I'll give one example for myself. They came out with EOC when I was 15. So OSRS had been maybe not come out yet, or maybe it was like around the time it released, like maybe the month of release. They also came out with Warband in EOC. I had found kind of independently, I played a level 3 at the time, that you could cast Fire Surge in the wilderness as a level 3. Like I found like a way to set it up where you can essentially cast a level 95 magic spell on other level 3s in the wilderness and just like down them.
No
And
way.
yeah, and so I was kind of looking for ways to kind of like outthink the game even as like a kid. Like I really liked that. I liked to like, you know, find a little way to break the game. And my friend, a guy who was a bit older than me, who kind of taught me a lot, his name's Patham. He taught me how floods work. And this probably won't make a lot of sense, but if you take damage in the game, it goes through something called your queue, and we have this in 2004Scape. Around that time, if you had too much in your queue, it would just delete the rest of it, so you could like delete commands. So this was me as like a kid learning this stuff. Once I started like university, I felt like I had a natural understanding of like some of this stuff
Sure.
because of RuneScape, and so it kind of almost directed my career path.
Wow.
I ended up getting I switched majors after a year or two. I ended up majoring in computer science. I finished a bachelor's degree in computer science, and I did really well. And now I'm working as a software engineer. And so now I have a good, I have a good formal background in software. I've been a professional software dev for a bunch of years now,
That's amazing,
and
man.
and it all kind of comes back to RuneScape. And I feel like since I've been doing this since a kid, I have a really good understanding of how like the engine should work just from a software perspective. Like I've been thinking about this for like 11 years, and so um, the opportunity to kind of like implement how I think the engine should be organized is really fun. So that's why I'm here.
Nice, dude. That's so awesome. I appreciate that. And just real quick, there's some other people strolling in. We're at 24 viewers right now. So those who are just joining, this is Josh Brown Games. I'm live right now with Bea, who has put some work into the Lost City engine. So now that's a great kind of understanding of like how you loved RuneScape and how you got into coding. When did you first hear about Lost City as a project, and how did you meet Pizzazz, and how did you understand that this was, first of all, something that existed, and second of all, when did you decide you wanted to participate?
Yeah, let me if I go look, so I joined the Lost City Discord on October 6th, 2023. So that's
Wow.
about a year and a half ago.
Wow.
I've been in the Discord, and so I run like a clan or a group of like we've been exploring game mechanics for like about 5 or 6 years now.
Okay.
Like we have a clan. I don't know if you know like Port Khazard. Are you familiar with that name in OSRS?
The area, Port Khazard?
Yeah, so it is an area. He got first to Coliseum completion. I don't know. Do you follow OSRS or just this one?
So like I follow content creators like Jimmy Thing is one of my favorites, Mr. Mammal, obviously like, the
Yeah,
Locked
yeah,
In
yeah.
Sewers. So like all the big ones I know. I think you might be getting more niche than I've had exposure to. So feel free to like, update me and maybe some of the viewers about, some of
Yeah,
these niche
so
content creators.
Port Khazard, he was nominated for Gamer of the Year Golden Gnome this year. He lost to Settled, and
Oh,
everyone
wow.
everyone thinks that's a huge upset. But Settled has such like a YouTube following. Of course, people are voting. Like you know who Settled is. Everyone knows who Settled
Of
is.
course, of
You don't know who Port
course.
Khazard is, but
Exactly.
he's people compare him to the modern day, and I don't want to sound corny, but people are saying like he's like a Wooks type, right? Like this guy's good,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
But so Coliseum came out about a year ago. He beat Wooks to first completion, and that was a big deal. But anyway, so Port and I run a clan called the Summit since 2019, and we've essentially just been documenting game mechanics since back then. And so um, I'm not taking the credit for this, but a lot of people in the clan have contributed to the Lost City project,
Yeah.
and I think a a big reason the Lost City project feels so accurate is because of the people who are in this clan. And obviously there's people, Pizzazz and all those. They're doing, you know, it's not, maybe like half the devs have been in and out of this conversation. And so I'm no, like if we scroll through the devs list, like I've known a bunch of these guys for a long time because, Polar, the reason we have RuneScript in the
Okay.
first place, the RuneScript compiler that's written by a guy named Polar, who I've known a bunch of years now. Um, See, I'm just kind of in that community already. You know what I mean? Like these are the people that I talk to on the internet a lot. So
Nice, man.
that's how I'm familiar with it. Like I'm, big fan of everyone working on the game, and I know them all on a pretty personal level.
So I mean, let me just say, so far this has been awesome. We're going exactly the right direction with like this conversation and learning about the team. My goal is to kind of
Yeah.
like start big and then sort of like narrow in and get more granular here. Let's start talking a little bit about like some of the coding team and what it's like. Somebody asked, and I think it's a good question, how many devs are working on the project? But I'm going to expand the question a bit, which is like, I want to ask, how do I ask this? There's lots of different types of work. I think of them
Yeah,
almost as
of
like
course.
departments. Like you're working on the
100%.
engine. There's other people that are working on the code. There's bug testers. So like if you could tell us, yes, how many devs are working total, but like if you were to break up the different things that are being done into categories, what are those categories, and then how many work on each of those categories?
Yeah, and give me a moment to organize my thoughts on that.
No, take your time. Yeah, it's a big question.
So I think I'm gonna give you three categories. And so we have essentially two separate code bases working in tandem. We have you've probably heard the term, like Jagex throws around, engine work versus content work. And content work is all done in Runescript. That's Jagex's proprietary language. We built, and by we I mean a guy named Polar, built our own compiler for Runescript, and then our engine is built in TypeScript. And so as far as like actual work that goes into the game, that stuff that will affect what's happening when you're logged in, it's very clearly split up into two different things: engine and content.
I see.
And then there's kind of this third, like there's kind of a miscellaneous bucket of development where I know like Kat is working on our message center. Like if we hand out bans, we would be able to tell people why they're banned on the website. There's also like kind of like tracking players, like being able to cheat, like anti-cheat, and then there's also just some like quality of life. Like some people build like tools that aren't the game itself, but like kind of aid us in development. Like we write Runescript in a text editor called VS Code, and Runescript's a language that we wrote the compiler for, but VS Code knows how to like kind of make sense of it, and that's because someone had to write that like VS Code plugin kind of thing. So there's all these like little tasks like that are kind of floating around. But then the main development split into server and content.
Server and content. Okay. And then I kind of want to ask about like how the work gets organized, but I feel like that's maybe too much of a rabbit hole. So,
the short answer is it doesn't. The people who contribute are people who kind of know what to do.
Okay.
And so like we end up self-organizing. You find a problem you think you can solve, and then you solve it, and then that's how work gets done at the moment. Once we launch pay to play, we will be more organized about it, but at the moment that's kind of how it's working.
The current method's obviously working. I'm just gonna ask one follow-up question on that, and then we'll kind of move on, which is, given that everybody is self-motivated and self-selecting their workload, how do you guys handle quality control? Because one person can work on something and submit it, so like how do you handle quality control?
Yep. So every change goes through a pull request, and if you're familiar with code, maybe the person who's asking that is, we have our main server branch. In order to make a change to the server branch, you have to code it up, and then you essentially submit a list of changes that you're making. And then before it gets accepted, anybody can review it. It usually goes through, people will look it over, say this looks good. A lot of the stuff doesn't need that much review. Like if you're coding like a door opening and closing,
Okay.
you can click in the door and it opens and closes, and then there's not going to be side effects from that. Like that's not going to change something. You can glance at it and tell that it doesn't change something. Engine code, which is what I primarily work on, is a lot more touchy. If I push a piece of engine code to NPCs, that affects every NPC in the game, and we have to make sure that it's valid for every NPC in the game. And so that gets a little bit more review time, except there are very few people who actually have like the know-how to review. Like, you know what I mean?
Sure.
And so it's been kind of, me, a guy named Jordan, Tanner, and Pizzazz, as far as the engine stuff goes. At least since I've been here, that seems to be who's working on engine stuff, and then we'll all kind of discuss it and make sure that it's a valid change when we're making it. And so communication's key, obviously, because we're a small team. We're not going to have QA. We don't have a QA team or anything like that. We do submit to a testing server, and then things get tested for a week before they go live. And then we're in beta, and so we're, you guys are the testers also. So.
We are the quality control. Is that what I'm hearing?
The Jagex method. You just push it out, Long story short, yeah, it's kind of the truth. We can't afford all these. We just don't have a big enough team to justify, you know, extensive testing processes. We don't even have a real like test engine like we should. That we'll get that eventually. Like
Wow.
unit te like automated testing. That's not something we have, but it will come. It will come eventually.
I mean, just hearing how bootstrapped all of this is honestly is just more of a testament to how well you guys have done. I mean, what you've created with zero budget and no resources. I mean, you've created what is a AAA game today on your own. I mean, obviously you have
Yeah, and
that
I don't want to
resource
take the
there, but
credit. Yeah, make sure you're not giving me the credit for that. There's a lot of people who worked a lot harder than me on this.
fair enough, man. Fair enough. I appreciate, that's a great show of character. Well, good on you for that.
No, I respect them just as much as you do. So I'm happy that they've done what they've done so that I can do the stuff that I do on the server. I'm having a lot of fun.
Batman.
Yeah, yeah, didn't
So
mean to interrupt.
not at all. No, and that's actually the kind of perfect segue into what I wanted to understand. We don't have everybody here. We have you, and you work on the engine. So, I mean, if you could tell me, like I'm in third grade, like what does it mean to work on the game's engine? And after you answer that, maybe go into a little bit of like what you do. And take that however you want, so like after we understand what engine work is, if you want to tell us what you've worked on in the past or what you are working on now, or maybe one or two things that you're proud of, however you want to like tell us what your experience working on the engine has been is perfect.
So yeah, so to start off, everyone's familiar with the client. The client runs in your browser, and the client is we decompiled Jagex's original 2004 client. We have a copy of it that was found. Decompile it. We translate it in a way that runs in the browser, and it's essentially one-to-one authentic.
Okay.
And so anything that happens to the client, we don't need to touch. Jagex has already written that, and we have the code for it. We can just copy it.
Okay.
However, step number one of the engine is that the client needs to communicate over the network with the engine. So the client needs to be able to pass packets to the engine, and the engine passes packets back to the client. Does that make sense? And so we have a server running out
Yes.
there somewhere, in India, and then that server has to be able to send information to the client. Client has to send it back. That's kind of like a very foundational piece of the engine. However, that's a piece that private server devs have done for like a decade because we know exactly the information the client needs to receive. And so we can kind of just like build a server that's sending that stuff out. And so I'm not going to say it's trivial. It's very difficult, but it's something that people have been solving for forever. And so Pizzazz and Jordan, I think, as far as I understand, are pretty much almost like solely responsible for handling all that. They've been in the private server community for over a decade. They understand the ins and outs of networking,
Hmm.
and so I don't need to worry about that at all, which is nice because that is a really difficult part, and you should probably have a lot of private server experience to tackle it.
Sure.
What I mostly handle is server-side behavioral stuff. And so I gave the example earlier, if I make a change to NPCs, that affects every NPC in the game. And so I'm primarily concerned with making sure that NPCs are implemented at a general level as close as possible as we can to Jagex. And also not just NPCs, that players behave the same way, locations like objects in the game world behave the same way, items behave the same way. I'm concerned with engine behavior. So one thing I pushed recently, and so that I said I was learning about RuneScape's queue system 15 years ago or something
Yes.
like that.
Yes.
And so I think I'm like kind of intimately familiar with how the engine should behave as far as like how things should get scheduled on the back end and how should if you run away from NPC, what code should it run? Like it's gonna stop attacking you if you run too far away from it. But what should it really do in that situation? Like, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Like should it reset its path? Should it go find something else to do? Um, One thing really critically that uh, not I rewrote recently, but I also kind of developed a spec for, and so private servers have been using kind of like I'm gonna call it like a model. Me and a guy named Henke worked it all out. Is how if you interact with something in the game world, like if you attack an NPC or if you like use an axe on a tree, you're gonna do something along the lines of pathing toward it for a little bit, and then once you get into range of it, you're going to run a script on it. That's called an interaction. You're going to interact with it. That
Okay.
stuff is actually surprisingly complicated and pretty difficult to figure out. And um, we wrote like kind of like a spec on how it should work, like in pseudocode about 4 years ago, me and a guy named Henke. And it was kind of implemented to the spec we wrote, but not fully. And so I rewrote it, and now there's just like all the edge cases are just handled really, really well. If you're like going and interacting with stuff in the game world, you're not going to find an inconsistency that has like at an engine level with like, you click an NPC, you're going to path for a little bit. You know what I mean? Eventually you might have to recalc a path if the NPC moved, and then you have to get up close to it. Like
So
all that is,
I'm I'm
yeah, go on.
I'm trying to wrap my head around this, and I'm thinking this might be a good way to ask a question that could help me understand it. Uh, I like to do something called Scape and Sweat, where I get into some sort of AFK train method, and I just get a full workout in on stream. It's a lot of
Oh yeah,
fun,
that's
it's
cool.
healthy. So what I was doing for my AFK methods was two different things. One, I tried doing the Black Knights, where you do the Black Knight Fortress quest. There's a corner where you can stand and they all kind of line up and start attacking you. And then the second thing I tried is the hobgoblins. So
Mhm.
what I noticed after doing this AFK training is that different monsters seem to have some sort of de-aggro where if they're unable to attack you because you're currently being attacked and you're not in multi-combat,
Yeah.
they then begin to ignore you. So that behavior I've noticed is consistent. The same thing happened at Hobgoblins
Yep.
is what happened at the Black Knights, where if I'm already under attack and there's another would-be aggressive monster, because he attempts to attack me and cannot, he loses aggression and then basically ignores me. So
Exactly.
is
Yeah. Yeah.
that the kind of engine stuff that you work on?
Yeah, that is 100% engine behavior, something that applies to every NPC, no matter where you are in the game. And uh, I've changed a wide variety of it. Like hunting is the act of like an NPC aggroing to you. Um, I'm not gonna say like I completely rewrote it, but I did like refactor significantly, like the order of actions that happen when an NPC hunts you. Um, there was
Sweet.
one issue. Yeah, go on.
I said, sweet. That's awesome.
Oh, sweet. I thought you said wait. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There was another one. I know Remy said she even noticed this that like suppose you're mining and
Okay.
the rock's gonna respawn next tick, and then you click the rock. So you click the rock the tick before it respawns. Um, like a month or two ago, it would completely stop pathing you toward the rock that tick. Now you path that tick and that's how it should be. That is all that little interaction stuff. That is engine behavior. Like the engine is scheduling all your like pathing and stuff.
Okay.
So I fixed that one. That was a good one to get.
I'm not laughing at you. Someone in chat just said something funny. They said Java just said imps are sentient, and we're talking about NPC behavior. Imps probably have the most funny and erratic control NPC behavior in the game.
They
So,
do, yeah, yeah, yeah.
is there anything you can tell us about why imps work the way they do? And I mean, I don't know if there's something. If there's a nugget here, let us know. If not, we can move on.
Yep. They have something called what's the param? Um, hmm, I think it's keep chasing. Is that it? Shoot. Give me 5 seconds. Let me look in the
Go for it, man.
code.
Go for it.
Yeah, they have a param called give chase equals false. And so if you walk away from an imp, it won't follow you. And it also has a timer that teleports it around. But I think the give chase equals false is what makes it seem so weird. If you're attacking an imp at any point and it has to move to you to get to you, it will just give up. But it will move first and then give up. So if you like attack it from a distance, it will set its destination to you, start to move to you, and then it will realize it moved and then forget about you. But then it will keep walking toward where you were. And so it is really funny behavior. I did fix that at an engine level recently.
Interesting. Look at that.
Yep. It would, I think when I got here, I think it would like move 2 tiles in a tick because of the way things were. Uh, they weren't organized well. So it would actually move and then move again. Which it shouldn't do that. It should never move twice in a tick, but it was. And then, that was part of the refactor
Nice, dude. So
that came up.
so I mean, we're about to do a slight pivot into more of the like kind of deep dive granular code stuff. Before we go that direction, I just want to say two things. First of all, I don't know if you're watching the stream or if you can see this, so just wanted to let you know that we have 30 people watching, and I mean,
wow, that's cool.
I just want to express, like, from me and just kind of speaking for the community, we really appreciate you coming on and sharing this with us. It's such an awesome server. It's such a great project. You giving us this peek behind the curtains, if you will, it's a lot of fun. So thanks for being on.
Yeah, of course, man. I love it just as much as you do. So
Nice, man. It's fun to share passions. The other thing I want to do is give people an opportunity as we pivot more in the code, to try and follow along as best as they can. So why don't I stream my screen here?
yeah.
I'm thinking of how to do this. So I'm going to do two things. I'm streaming my right monitor to you. I'm also going to change the OBS scene. So not that way you'll be able to see me and chat is going to be able to see the same thing that you see. All right. Let's do three things. One, let's recommend for those who want to look through the code themselves a script editor. I think you're going to recommend Visual Studio, but if you want to recommend something else, go ahead. Let's show them how, if they don't want to use Visual Studio, how they can view the code on a browser just by looking at it, with GitHub. And three, let's show them how to download the code from GitHub and then import it into Visual Studio if they choose to go that route. Does that all make sense? Does that sound good?
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool. So I am streaming my right monitor here. First thing I'm going to do is Visual Studio. So Visual Studio, guys, and do you agree that Visual Studio is a good...
100%. Yep.
Okay. So all you guys have to do, go to Google Visual Studio, come here. This is a code editor. You can hit download for Windows, and it already just started downloading. I'm going to cancel this because I have it already. Once you download Visual Studio, you're going to get a application that looks like this. I've got mine in dark mode, and you can basically import code into Visual Studio. Again, let me just throw this out there. I am not a coder, but this is what I know. I know enough just to get code into an editor to look at it. So that's number one. Number two, I'm going to go to the 2004 wiki here, and I'm just going to say I'm treating this, Bea, like I am the novice here, and you're kind of looking over my shoulder and making sure that nothing I say is wrong. So
We really have 700 people online right now?
We don't have 700 people online as far as I know. No, we've got 34.
Oh, really? Oh, no, in Lost City.
Oh.
That's a lot.
700
we usually
plus
don't.
at
On
11
a
p.m.
weeknight?
plus?
We usually don't pull that. Cool.
Good shout out. I didn't even pay attention to the number. Yeah, that is
Mudkip had to have gained us
100%.
a quarter, 25% of our users. That's crazy.
You're not wrong, man. There was like a couple hundred players spiking on concurrent values just from Mudkip joining. It was wild.
Yeah, that's sick. Yeah, thanks, Mudkip.
I mean, while we're here, let's just say it was a great video. I watched the whole thing. Okay, so here we are. We're on the 2004 Lost City page. You come here to source code, and this is going to link you directly to the GitHub page. Right here in the top right, there's a green code button. And you can hit this green code button and hit download zip. When you download zip, you're going to get a zipped folder. It's going to be server-main.zip. You can unzip that folder into somewhere on your local drive. And then this is where I'm going to have you, Bea, direct me. I have the folder extracted, but I've not yet imported it into Visual Studio, and I actually don't know how.
I see. Yeah. So if you click on File, there's an option Open Folder, and this will open the entirety of the folder. It'll kind of pin it to the left. So yeah, if you go ahead and find it, and then yeah, don't click into it. Or yeah. So I guess server. Is
Okay.
that correct? And then yep, if you just click Select Folder in the bottom left, this will open the entire folder. You can see all the folder's file contents on the left,
Just
and
be
you get a nice little
just
UI for looking through it.
just because I'm teaching this like nobody knows anything and we're all in third grade. A pop up came here. Do we need to treat this pop up? What should we do with this pop up?
Yeah, so sometimes people can give you malicious code. You know exactly what you're downloading here. You can just click trust the authors, and you should probably check the checkbox, trust the authors of all files.
Yes, I trust the authors. Okay, cool. So now we're in, and here on the left we have what looks to be like different folders showing all the different types of code.
Yeah, I'm actually going to send you one thing if you don't have it downloaded yet.
Okay.
We have so RuneScript is a proprietary language. Only us us and Jagex are the two people who write RuneScript in the whole world. And so it doesn't look very pretty when you're reading through it. You've probably noticed it's all white. Uh, we have written, by we I mean I think KYL built it. Um, it'll just give you some like format highlighting when you're viewing RuneScript, so it'll make it a lot easier to read the code if you download this extension.
I never would have known. Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm going to post this link in the Discord chat so people can follow along. This is the link that Bea has just linked to me, guys. So if you guys want to, anyone who is following along, this is the link that he's about to show me how to integrate. So I've just clicked this link.
Yep, I think if you click install, it'll actually open back up in VS Code. It'll take you. Yeah, it'll try to open VS Code.
Okay.
And now you're taken to the VS Code page. And now if you click install, it will just install directly.
Right here in the bottom right, it'll install directly. So it's an extension, just like in a browser.
Oh, excuse me, that might have been something else. I think VS Code is recommending to you
Oh.
files
Folder
or
contains a dev configuration file. Reopen folder to develop in a container.
so that should be fine. That's a Microsoft plugin. They make Visual Studio.
Sure.
You're not messing up downloading that. But honestly, I think that's for our like Docker database most likely.
Gotcha. This is another plugin called Dev Containers that got recommended to me.
But I don't think I want to suspect you need it. I don't.
Okay.
But you have tabs on the top. Yeah. So if you close that tab, so if you see on the top left, you have an install button.
This is the right button. Okay.
Yeah.
So don't want to lead anyone on stream astray here. If you guys are following along, if you get recommended by Microsoft to install this extension, Dev Containers, it's not necessary. So right here is the RuneScript language support, and we're gonna hit install here, and it looks like it's already installed.
Yeah, you should be good. So now if we look, and maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves, but just to make sure it works, if you just look at any code that has some RuneScript in it, if you recall, it's in the data source data scripts folder. Oh yeah, so you have like tabs on the left also.
Yes.
You have your Explorer will show you all the files, and then the magnifying glass is how you search through. So if you click the top one, it'll take you back to the code.
Got it. Okay, so this is just like Windows Explorer. Hitting the Explorer here is the same as looking through the master code or the master file list.
Yeah. And so for the most part, I think everybody who's only reading the code to find out what's going on, if they're looking for drop tables, etc., they're looking for the rune scripts, which exist under the data folder. So unless you're really concerned with the engine, you're probably looking in data/source/scripts.
Data, source, and then scripts. Here we are.
Yep. And so if you want to see like if you want to try your best to reason about how fire making works, you have a skill_fire making folder, and this will contain all the code specific to fire making. And so it's no engine code. It's just things that are only relevant to fire making will exist inside that folder.
So under
And then
fire making, I've got configs and scripts.
yeah, always scripts, most
Scripts.
likely. Scripts gives you the code. Configs gives you like some parameters for some stuff.
Okay.
Not as important.
So
And then
firemaking.rs2 sounds very high level generic.
yeah, let's check it out. And see, now you have all this nice readable code because of the extension that we just installed.
Beautiful. Okay, so let's pause here. Those who do not have Visual Studio, let's show them back on the GitHub page. If they don't want to go through Visual Studio, but they want to be able to just look through the code, how can they, in their browser, just look at the code without any of this extra work?
Yeah, so full disclosure, it's probably going to be a worse experience, of course, but it's still workable. So if you just want to look through scripts, they're in that data folder. And then you have a very similar thing on the left, right?
Yes.
That kind of mirrors yeah, so we can go ahead and open up source and then data source scripts.
Source. Where's data source? Am I just
You,
going to
you're in
scripts here?
you're in source. Yeah, you're already there.
Okay, and then we were going down to fire making,
Yep,
scripts, and
scripts.
fire making RS2. And here we go.
Yeah.
This
And
is
you have no
where,
formatting. Yeah.
yeah, no formatting, but this is where we can view the code just in our browser, just like this. Cool.
And you also have that search button in the top. I think that'll search for a file name, but there's a whole nother magnifying glass top right. Yeah. I think that will I think this should be able to search fire. Like if you type in fire making here, does this give you any?
Yes.
Yeah, so this gives this gives you some stuff, right? So you can effectively search through it. It's workable.
I'm just seeing if we can get random jewel.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Those who don't know, random jewel is the server code for the random gem drop table. So I just wanted to see if that
And
would
then
come
it's
up.
giving you three options. I think you want to click the top one. We'll say search in this repository, and now you get to see it. Perfect.
So this is everywhere where random jewel appears in the source code. Okay, got it.
Yeah, perfect.
Cool.
Again,
All right.
it's a little more obtuse than VS Code, of course,
Sure.
but
So
it's workable. Yeah.
people have both options now. They can
You don't have
download
to download anything. Yeah.
if they want to, not download if that's not their cup of
You know,
tea.
if I'm at work, I'm at my work computer, I don't have my local environment set up, and I want to check something out, I'm thinking about the code at work because I shouldn't be. I'll go to the GitHub and I'll search through it. It's
Nice, nice.
completely workable. So
Okay, so now that we've gotten this far, the next thing to do, I think, would be to go through some use cases of how users that wanted to learn things about the game themselves and they wanted the answer from the horse's mouth, from the source code, meaning they're not looking at a wiki, they're not looking at some website that's going through drop tables. They want to know for themselves how to answer a question. We should try and kind of walk through some example questions of showing them how to look through this code and get the answers they're looking for. The example that you and I used last time was we were looking to understand what monster in the game, when members drops, is going to be the best monster to kill and get a nature talisman drop. It was a really fun exercise. I don't necessarily want to repeat that exact same exercise. Maybe it'd be fun to open it up to chat.
oh yeah, that's a good idea.
So, we have 36 people here, guys. We have the code up. Last time we looked to see what's the best way to get a nature talisman. Is there an item that any of you guys plan on target farming that you're not sure how to get? Let's take a minute here and let people respond and see. Maybe we can get some examples. If chat doesn't respond, we'll think of something ourselves. Cue a little RuneScape music while people while people ponder on that question.
Well, you plan on getting the nature talisman as soon as member starts. What else do you plan on?
So yeah, Nature Talisman is the first goal for sure. And I basically want to. I'm gonna like do a 24-hour stream, I think, and just if I get the Nature Talisman first, and I'm like first on the server with the Nature Talisman, I'm planning on having 100,000 S on me, and like just spammy advertisements like, guys, I need runners. Come make nature runes with me. I will give. I'm thinking the way it works is my inventory, which is 28 slots, is going to consist of Noted Essence, the Nature Talisman, and Nature Runes. So I'm going to have 25 slots available. So people are going to hand me 25 Essence. I think I'm going to say, look, bring me 25 Essence. I'll give you 20 Nature Runes, and I'll take 5. So that's kind of the plan, and I'll basically do that as long as possible. um,
Perfect. Yeah.
until other nature talismans get into the game. I imagine that day one, several will drop into the game because people are going to rush Waterfall Quest and farm the heck out of Fire Giants, which have a decent chance of dropping. Cool. So chat has spoken, and it looks like people want to know about clues. So Devin Coyle
Ooh.
Devin Coyle is asking, what clue type drops wizard boots this era? And Jay is asking, I want to know the best way to farm medium clues. So let's tackle those in order. If we wanted to find out which type of clue dropped wizard boots using Visual Studio, how would we go about finding that?
Right. So I think first off, are they called wizard boots? Is that that's the real name for them? Wizard?
That's a great question. The first step to finding out how to get them is finding out what they're called.
Yeah, I think is that really they're called wizard boots, huh? I'm not um were they called something different back then? Am I tripping? Oh yeah, in 2005 the item was named from wizard's boots to wizard boots. So okay. So for that should have been obvious. I should have figured that one out. But the first thing, if you want to search for a specific item, you go to the magnifying glass, and the thing to note is that the item's name that you see, wizard boots, that's not what the code calls it. So the first thing we have to determine is what is the code calling the wizard's boots. And
Understandable.
first thing you need to type in is name equals, and then if you type in wizards, WIZARD apostrophe S, or this should come up. Yep, you'll see that trails.obj obj.
Okay.
And so this is the config param for the wizard's boots. That top name you see there, that's what the code is going to refer to the wizard's boots as. It's just gonna be wizard underscore boots.
So
And we could have guessed that. Yeah, we probably could have guessed that, but there's a lot of interesting information here, right? Like we can see their cost. That's going to be their alk value is a function of their cost.
Nice.
We can see their weight. We can even see, you see that it says recall 1S and then recall 1D. That's saying recolor 1. You're gonna excuse me. So the recall means recolor. The S means source and the D means destination. You can see that they're using the same model as the leather boots, but then they're just recoloring them to blue. So you can see how there's a brown and then a blue there.
I do.
The top one's brown. And so what the code's doing is they send over a brown model. This parameter says, replace all the brown with blue. And that's how you get
the
wizard's boots.
The wizard's boots are literally just boots recolored blue.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Perfect.
That's awesome.
And you can see some other info here where it positioned his feet. You can see it has a left click option of where. You can even see its magical attack and its magical defense. So if you're curious about anything else, you can see the Robin Hood hat immediately beneath this also. And if I had to guess, above this might be the Ranger boots.
Hey, you guessed it.
Perfect.
And
And you can see the same thing. It's the same model. They're just recoloring it green.
that's epic. I want to point something out here, though. This is why it's valuable to do the name equals before just guessing, because it here we see the name is Ranger Boots, but the code is calling it trail underscore Ranger underscore boots. So if
Yep.
you were looking for these in the code and you were looking for Ranger underscore boots, you'd not find them very well. I mean, you might find them because Ranger Boots is in the name, but still, good example of how it's not always intuitive.
Yep. Perfect. And so, yeah, I think anything else jumping out at you? Is anything interesting here? I'm not seeing anything, but
No, I think we're good to move on to find how do we determine which
yep.
clue scroll drops these.
Yeah, so honestly, I would just take that name that you copied and paste it into the search, and then this will give you all references to Wizard Boots. And there's not many, it's only a few. Perfect.
Easy.
Um,
So we
so
see
that
trail clue medium.
yeah, so that top file is going to be nothing. That those dot pack files are essentially you can click into it just to see,
Okay, let's do that.
or yeah, you click on the it's just a list of names. You can ignore that. The only thing we're worried about here is the trail clue medium, and this is going to give us the entire reward space for trail clue medium.
Very nice. Okay. So, I mean, this is a fairly short file, but in here, I guess we can look and understand the entire loot table for medium trails.
Yeah, and it looks like it might be a little windy, and so you see how it says proc and then trail clue medium normal.
Yes.
And so a
Wait, I
proc is
don't. I
some
don't. I don't. Where?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
here it is.
it's the
Line
second
19.
label. Yeah, so in anytime, and I know I explained this to you, anytime you see these square brackets in the code, you are kind of ending one block of code and starting the next. And so
Right. You said
anything
these are called
but
labels.
labels, yep, yep, yep. So if you run the code up top, it's going to stop like it's not going to run anything past the next label, as in these are all kind of individual things. Like you can think of every label and everything underneath it as a unit, like completely separate from everything else in the file. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think to try and help the viewers understand what we're saying here, if you see multiple labels inside of a file, each of those labels could have been their own files. This is just
Yeah.
different coders. Coding can be a bit of a creative activity. So if two coders approached creating this exact document differently, one coder may have chose to take this top label and put it in its own file, whereas this coder, just for his own way that he organized it in his brain, he thought it would
Or
be
she.
easier to have he or she. Good point. He or she thought it would be easier to have both of these buckets of code put in the same file, and the coder separated these buckets by using labels. So these could have been two separate things, but they've been compiled together. It doesn't affect the code at all. It's just purely a function of organization of how the coder wants to have their data organized when they go back to view it themselves.
Yeah, perfect explanation. So when you're seeing one label after another, they're not related in any way whatsoever, except the coder chose to put them next to each other.
So when we come into this file here, we see these two separate labels. How do we go about understanding which label or which bucket of code? The question I'm trying to ask, how do we understand? How do we look at these labels and understand what they're doing?
Yeah, so without knowing what the other code's doing, we're gonna have to make some assumptions, but there's some safe assumptions to make here. So we see up top, we see procedure, proc
Okay.
means procedure, trail, clue, medium, reward. We can safely assume that when you open a treasure trail, a medium treasure trail, this is going to be the code that gives you a reward. And so surely that's the case, right? Like we don't need to. We could go confirm that somewhere else, but that's a safe assumption just looking at this, right?
Got it. It's just
You agree with
intuitive.
that? Yeah, exactly. You can see by the name, and you can kind of tell by the way the code's laid out. So the first
I'm
thing that's
hoping
gonna
there's no debate here. I'm going with it.
No. I'm being completely genuine.
Okay, good,
So
good.
the
I was waiting for the
when we
catch.
I did set that up. Yeah. And with with the way Jagex code is, there's always a catch. But no, here I'm being straightforward.
Okay,
So
cool.
what we're going to open a medium clue. Somewhere else in the code is going to be responsible for, clicking the medium clue, and it's going to call this code to give you a reward. This is the code that's going to determine what your reward is. And it's going to start at the where it says procedure trail clue medium reward. That's
Okay.
going to be so far we've run 0 logic. The first logic we're going to do is we're going to define an integer. It looks like it's going to be between, let me think. I think that's going to be between 4 and 6. So 4, 5, or 6. That random code is going to generate a random number.
We're looking
And if
at
you're
line
familiar
two.
with, yeah, if you're familiar with other languages, you're going to be like, this makes no sense. But the random, trust me on this. The random function is going to generate a 1, a 2, or a 3. Cannot generate a 0. In every other language, it would probably generate a 0, a 1, or a 2. But Runescript, it generates a 1, a 2, and a 3.
So
And
the random function that we're looking here, which is random3, is going to generate an integer between 1, 2, and 3.
correct. Yep. And then we end up with roles is going to be a 4, a 5, a 6. That makes sense?
This is where I'm getting lost. Where do we find the 4, 5, or 6? Because it's 3 plus.
Yeah,
What's
I'm
3?
sorry. Yeah,
I
so
see. It's an
yeah,
equation.
okay, yeah.
It's simple arithmetic. We've got a static 3 here. This is the number 3 that gets added to a random integer between 1 and 3. So it's either give me 1, 2, or 3 plus 3. This is very simple.
Perfect. Yeah. And so up front, I haven't read the rest of the code. I assume, and just knowing how clues work, this is going to tell us how many items we are getting up front. And so right away we're determining, are we getting 4 items, 5 items, or 6 items?
Oh, dude, that's so cool. That's awesome. Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. Yeah, perfect. So the next thing, you see that we define a 0, and then immediately we jump into like a while.
Okay.
The goal of the while is we want to run the next code. Like say we roll a 5 for rolls. We want whatever's inside the while loop, we want it to run 5 times. And so, this is getting into some
Ah,
programming stuff. Uh, we start roll at 0. We're going to add 1 every time, and then we're going to check if it's less than rolls, and that will run 5 times for us.
so keeping it simple and not diving into the details.
Yeah, this is,
This bit
this
of
is
code
getting
right
into
here tells the
CS
code
101.
to roll the correct number of items on the.
Yeah. Whatever's inside those brackets is going to roll 4 to 5 times.
Cool. Okay.
We
Got
know
it.
that to be the case. And then next thing we're going to do. Wait, no. Keep scrolling up. There's a real critical part there.
Okay.
We see if random 95 equals 0,
This is
then,
determining our loot.
yep, then we're going to run the code trail clue medium rare. So how I would interpret this is that we're going to roll a number. Wait, hold on. I might have lied to you earlier. Wait, or this code isn't, okay, backtrack on this. I'm completely sorry.
No, no. I mean, listen. I mean, this is complicated stuff. It's okay to
No,
backtrack.
I completely mixed up. We have a random function and we have a random inc function. The random inc function is how I would describe to you the random function works. The random function is going to roll a 0, 1, or a 2. I completely lied to you. So we're going to get 3, 4, or 5 rolls, not 4, 5, or 6. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So
and absolutely. That's a very quick thing
yeah,
to
I'm
change out.
completely, yeah, my blunder.
So this random function can roll a 0, 1, 2, or a 3.
Yeah, and then we have an inc function that also rolls the 3. So I got my terms confused.
Yeah,
Completely
I
sorry.
think that's pretty simple here. So just to make sure chat's caught up, this random 3 function is going to roll a 0, a 1, a 2, or a 3. If it was a different function that was random inc, that would have
Yes.
been excluding 0 as a possibility. Random inc 3 would have been a 1, 2, or a 3 without the
Yep.
possibility of 0.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah, there's an implicit extra one. Okay. So right up front, what we're gonna do is we're gonna roll a number 0 through 94. So we're gonna run 95 possible values. One of them can be 0, and then if it is that 0 out of, essentially it's a 1 out of 95 chance. We're going to run the rare drop table code, and then 94 out of 95 of the time we're going to run the normal drop table code. Does that make sense? Reading that?
So if random 95 equals 0, we go to the
Yeah, 1 out of 95 times that's going to be true, and we're going to run the
okay,
rare
got it.
code.
So there's two
The other
loops.
94 times.
There's two loot tables here, and it's telling you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just deciding which one to roll from.
Got it. So
And so,
very, very, very rarely do we get to take a roll out of the rare loot table. It is
yeah,
one is a 1 in 96 chance or a 1 in 95. I can't tell.
95.
1 in 95 chance we're gonna roll off the rare table. Literally every other one of the 94 out of 95 times we're rolling off the normal table.
And it's funny I made that mistake. Kieran and Ash on Twitter have made that mistake a million times, and honestly, that's probably what confused me. They've given rates assuming that random can't roll a 0 when it can. So
Yeah.
even Mod Ash is making that mistake. So
Just
to cut myself some credit, yeah.
You're good, man. And I'll just add one other thing. There's kind of a nugget in here that's fun to point out. This green text in here, guys, is made green because it's a comment. So to make comments in code like this, you do these two backslashes. And, whenever you make these two backslashes, that tells the script to ignore all of that text. So this is how you can basically make notes for yourself in code to not only remind yourself of what you were doing or what you were coding, but if it's a group project, you can write notes in here to explain to your fellow teammates kind of what this code is doing or how you were thinking about it. So the fact that we're seeing this green text in here is just to note that this is a complicated enough script that the developer decided to add some notes in it so that other people could better interpret what is going on.
Yeah, and you see it's referencing a Jagex Tide tweet.
Yes.
You'll probably see, if you go through the code base a lot, we probably reference 100 Mod Ash tweets. Like you'll see these developer tweets are all over the code base. It's just a way for us to notate, source, why we think what we are writing is what we should be writing.
Just this is like literally an artifact that is a testament to the attention to detail that the team is putting into making sure that this 04 server is
no
accurate.
decisions have been made lightly. I don't think there's one decision that we haven't, put thought into genuinely.
Amazing. All right, so we were just talking about that you have a 1 in 95 chance to roll the rare medium clue drop table and a 94 out of 95 chance to roll the normal drop table.
Yeah, so let's ignore the normal drop table. So this is a good example of why the developer chose to put all these labels in the same file. Because if we type go sub trail clue medium rare, that's going to tell us to run the code that is in the trail clue medium rare table, which is at the bottom of the page. So once we call that code 1 out of 95 of the time, we're going to jump down here and we're going to call this code. We're going to define a new random variable. It's going to be between 0 and 12. And you can very clearly see case 0, case 1, etc.
Yeah.
Yep.
So just to visualize this is like rolling two dice. First, you roll a 95-sided dice. If you roll a 1, then you come down, then you get the opportunity to roll a second dice, which is a 13-sided dice. And that's going to determine what your drop is.
Yep, and you can see that once you're on this table, everything has an even chance to drop. This is the medium table, interesting enough. I think we do have evidence that at some point the wizard boots were moved to the easy drop table. But right now it looks like it's coded for medium, which I think is the question. That's probably why the viewer asked that question, is because at some point in history, wizard boots did come from the easy drop table, but currently here we have them coded as medium. And I assume, I don't know enough about this. I assume the developer knew what they were doing when they coded this. So
fair enough. And if there are bugs in the code, we're still in beta, so now's the time to find them. Not saying this is a bug, by the way. Just saying that.
Yeah, I have no clue. No. I just remember discussion surrounding this fact. That must have been why the viewer is asking. Yeah, so they're on the medium table. It looks like if we do the math, uh, we can have 3, 4, or 5 rolls. Each roll is 1/95/12. On average, we're gonna have 4 rolls. Uh, it looks like we have a 1 out of 285 chance, if I'm understanding it correctly, to get a wizard boots and a 1 out of 285 for a ranger boots.
That's a lot of math. I know how to do it. If I were to do it, I would use an Excel
I typed it
spreadsheet,
in. Yeah, I
but
know.
I'm
I
not going to
typed it
do it
into the
live on
calculator.
stream.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hold on one
I had to
second.
Google it.
Yeah, fair enough. Um, let's see. Here, I'm trying to think of what to do next. I know that you have a bedtime, and so I don't want to keep you too much longer. So two things that I want to do are turn it over to you and then turn it over to chat. And if you need to hop, Bay, feel free.
I'm relaxing. No, I mean, I'll probably go in and sit at my desk for most of the day tomorrow. So, you don't need a lot of sleep to do that usually.
All right, so we'll kind of head towards these two conversations, which are one, I want to open it up to you to tell us anything that you'd like us to know about the code or
Man.
things that you find interesting. So kind of give you a little bit of a platform, and then we'll kind of open it up to chat for like a little bit of Q&A.
Yeah, I mean, do you want me to send you some? I'd love to send you some clips if that's fine
Please.
of behavior that we have matched. Yeah, give me one moment. So here's a funny little OSRS clip behavior. So we plant the flowers. You close the door, which deletes the flowers, and then when you pick up the flowers, the door gets deleted.
Okay, wait, we gotta watch this again because it's a pretty short clip, and I'm not sure I understood it. So we plant mithril seeds.
Yep.
We pick them. We close the. Did you close the door and then it disappeared?
When you pick up the mithril seed, you click on the
Right.
dialog option to pick the mithril seed up. Normally that takes the mithril seed up from the ground, right? The pick flowers. But when I click it, it picks the door up from the ground.
What? It picked the door up instead of the seeds. Like the door was an item.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. It thinks the door is the flowers that you planted earlier. The code gets confused.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. So this is a great example of engine behavior. That's the kind of things that you'd be working on.
Yeah, and give me one moment. Yeah, I sent you one more clip. If I guess I can't see your other monitor. I don't.
Yeah, no, I'm here looking at them. I'm also looking at chat. One person, Jay, has asked a question. We're gonna get to them. I just want to say, for those of you that do have questions, start asking them now. So we're gonna look at this other clip, and we're gonna also give Bay a little bit more, as much time as he wants to kind of share with us what's interesting to him and what we can learn from. But start asking questions now. I'll be able to keep track of them so that the Q&A can get going. And I don't know if there's gonna be 1 or 10 questions. However many is perfect. All right, let me get this one open. For some reason, this one's playing. Oh, here we go. Okay, it's up.
Yep. So we see the equivalent situation in Lost City.
I'm gonna need to watch it a few times just to understand what I'm looking at. It goes pretty
Yeah,
quick.
you're all good.
Okay, so we plant the mithril seeds. Here's the dialogue. The door's closed. So are the mithril seeds behind the door right now?
Um, no, the door deleted the mithril seeds from the game. And so you
Oh,
close the door, they go on top of the mithril seeds. You pick the mithril seeds up, boom, the door's gone.
wow. So is this a fixed bug or one that's being worked on?
This is, this is actually this is and so you see the behavior here matches what we see in OSRS, right? Like when you view the other clip, the same thing happens. You close the door on the seeds, you pick the seeds up, and the door goes missing.
That happens in the live game, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it does. That was the previous clip I had just sent you.
I totally did not understand that. I thought both
I
these were
see.
from
Yeah,
Lost
yeah, yeah.
City.
Oh, no, 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 no. The first clip is the equivalent situation happening, but it's on OSRS.
So if I go and do this exact same behavior and OSRS today, I'm gonna make the door disappear?
Yep.
No way! Dude,
Yeah. Yeah, let's
spaghetti code, right?
go watch the previous clip back.
Okay, let's go do that. Let's go do that. Yeah, this is OSRS.
OSRS.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so they've never fixed this.
No, and in fact, this is like really core engine behavior to how they're just kind of treating these items like doors and flowers on the back end.
When it
And so
removes that door, does it remove it for all the players or just for...
everybody, yeah, no, 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 everybody.
And the door's just gone?
It will respawn after a while, but yeah,
It respawns. Okay, that's
after
so...
about 5 minutes, yeah.
That's crazy. Instead of like, because I was wondering if people were having to manually replace it every time someone deletes the door. That'd be the
Yeah.
very troll thing to do to the devs.
And so reason I'm showing this, like I didn't go in and like I didn't code this. Like this works in Lost City.
Yeah.
I didn't like code this to be the case. Um, we code the engine well, and then these kind of like these funny like little edge cases pop out naturally. Like we didn't like we don't have to in the code say like if you're putting a door on a flower, then delete the door. We never do anything close to that. You will not find like if you read the code, you would not be able to tell this is happening. It just has to do with fundamentally how we are storing locations on the back end. And the point I'm making is we match Jagex's implementation so well that these edge cases come about naturally, and that's pretty cool.
That was a great way of explaining that, and that is, I agree, really cool. And
And-
another opportunity to give kudos to you and the team. It's an awesome server.
Yeah, and here's, I post a little photo. Here's another thing you can do in OSRS. Yeah, I don't have an equivalent clip in Lost City, but the same behavior will come about if you did the same thing. Oh yeah, you gotta download everything I send you, huh?
That's one way of doing it. I mean, this works.
Yeah, so here there's actually two doors. There's only supposed to be one. We managed to spawn a second door, and this I took this photo today as I was doing some test cases to make sure behavior matched.
Okay.
Lost City matches this. If we were to do the equivalent behavior, we would get this on Lost City without any extra work. Like it's just kind of built into how our engine works.
Wow. So, and this is using mithril seeds to spawn a second door somehow?
This is slightly different. I think I used a box trap in this example. And obviously we don't have box traps in Lost City, but if we did, right, we would get the same behavior because we know how box traps work. And
I feel like we're getting a live sneak peek into like the kind of things that Port Khazard is doing when they're looking for bugs that they can.
yeah, yeah, of course. No, Port and I are very close. We speak almost daily.
Very cool, man. I'm just because you don't have chat up, we got one chatter here named Unray telling you to flex harder.
I mean, there's a bunch. I'm mostly gonna look at replicating behavior. So I sent you two more clips.
Okay.
And really here I'm trying to show off just how, trying to show off the engine. It's not supposed to be all black. I don't know if.
Yeah, that one didn't look like it download. Here, what we'll try with this is we'll just pull up our DMs and just play it in the Discord player.
If you can. All right, so pay close attention.
Hold on.
That was it. And so if we watch it, on the first tick, yeah, we move in and we get.
Before I play this, tell us what we're looking at so that we can watch it.
Exactly. Yeah. So my other account, Bea5, is in combat with the guard, currently attacking the guard. When I go to attack the guard, it's not going to let me because the guard is being attacked already. If we go tick by tick, so on the first tick, I click the guard. I haven't clicked it yet. Little further forward. Keep
There
going,
we
keep
go.
going. So first tick, I click the guard. You see, I get two. Someone else is fighting that on the
Yeah.
same tick. It gives me the message twice, and then it waits a tick, and it gives me someone else is fighting that on the tick after. That's curious, right? Like I get the message 3 times, and I get it, twice one tick, and then I get, it happens over the course of 2 ticks. That's really weird, don't you think?
I never ever would have noticed this, and you're gonna have to
Of course
explain to
not.
me
Yeah,
why
of
it's
course
weird.
not. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, you wouldn't expect to get 3 messages, and it's just kind of it's weird. Uh,
I get, I
it's
get, I
it's
can tell
weird,
you
right? Like
if this happened to me in game, I wouldn't blink twice. I like
you probably wouldn't blink twice if you do it from a distance. It's typical to only get 1 message. You know what I mean? Like 3 messages is a lot.
Okay, gotcha, understood.
But and it's really specific. 2 on one tick, 1 on the next. Like that's in the very least, that's like specific. Like you wouldn't have been able to tell me that happens, right?
No,
Like maybe you wouldn't be able to notice it's weird, but probably nobody in the chat would be able to have told me that happens, right?
not at all.
Let's query the chat on this one. Nobody would have, if I had asked you what happened in that situation, you have not have told me 2 messages, 1 tick, 1 on the next tick. Certainly not.
We might have some 3-tick fishermen that could have figured it out, but not the average gamer.
Potentially, okay, yeah. So let's look at the next clip. It's the equivalent situation happening in Lost City.
Okay, let's get this max.
Come to RuneScape. They're in combat with each other. We get the exact same behavior, right?
Ah, it's 1-to-1. 1-to-1.
It's 1-to-1.
OSRS to Lost City.
And again,
Dude,
we didn't code this in. We don't
Okay.
code in 3 messages here. We do not do that. The engine schedules scripts, and we code the engine well, and then this behavior pops out at us.
I finally understand this has come full circle. So what we've just done, we've looked at the most niche possible example of
Exactly.
engine behavior, which is
Yep.
someone else is fighting that message coming up 2 ticks and then 1 tick. And then we've compared it to the Lost City server and confirmed that the engine behavior is literally 1-to-1.
Exactly. Yeah.
Inducted is asking why that happens.
Oh, okay. So it's actually an engine bug in OSRS. And I actually explained this to Mod Lenny a bunch of years ago why it happens, and he said, "Oh, that's really cool." But the first thing you have to realize is that there's 2 different kinds of interactions you can do. You can do a range interaction called an app, an approach. And so you can do an interaction from a guard from a distance if you're ranging it.
Okay.
A second type of interaction is an op, which you do when you're up close in melee range. We remember when we were looking at the labels earlier.
I do.
You can have both these interactions like kind of happening at the same time, and they're kind of competing to see which one's going to happen first. If you're up close, the op's going to happen. If you're way far away, the app's going to happen. But these are 2 different labels in RuneScript, and so if I attack a guard, it's actually going to be 2 whole different blocks of code. One that says app NPC guard, and one that says op NPC guard. And then it's just kind of like, it's whichever one runs first. We don't really know. You know what I mean? If you're up close, the app's gonna run. If you're from far away, the app is gonna run. And these are 2 completely different code blocks.
Right.
Apps, they always start off, they can run from 10 tiles away. That's the max you can ever range something is 10 tiles. If you're on OSRS, you have a T-bow. Say the T-bow is like 9 tile range. You put it on long range, you don't get 11 tile range, you get 10. And this is an engine limit. You cannot run apps from further than 10 tiles away ever.
Okay.
But some apps, they limit themselves to shorter than 10 tiles away, like 5 tiles, of course, like darts, right?
Yes, they're closer range, yes.
This is really tricky, so bear with me. For an app, like every app, when you first click a guard, the app range is 10 tiles. So say I have darts on, and I click a guard. Obviously, I don't want to throw the dart at the guard until I'm within 5 tiles away. But it starts out, the script is going to run even if I'm 6 to 10 tiles away. And so we need a way to tell it to shorten it to 5 tiles. Well, it turns out the script actually has to run and shorten itself. And so we have that app NPC script that's going to happen when we throw darts.
Okay.
The script first happens when we're 10 tiles away. And then it's going to say, hey, actually, I know we ran the script, we interacted, but keep trying until we're 5 tiles away. Does that make sense? So
Yeah, it's
we have
looping.
exactly, yeah. So we have that label that you saw earlier. That code is going to run once when we're 10 tiles away, but it's going to say something like app range 5 in it, which is going to say, try again when we're within 5 tiles. What happens here is when I'm 2 tiles away from the NPC, the app runs, but it says keep trying until I'm within 0 tiles, which is kind of funky.
Is that
But
'cause
that's
it
how
needs to
like
be melee? Zero?
exactly. That's because I'm trying to melee. Right. And so that's what happens when you have a weapon on and you go to melee something. You run an app when you're 10 tiles away that says actually wait till I'm in melee range to attack. But that script's still running. You won't notice it unless you pay really close attention. But there's
Yeah.
still like a script running. You are interacting with the guard from 10 tiles away, even if you don't notice it. So what happens here is we run an app, which gives us someone else is fighting that. And then we move into melee range. And then when we're in melee range, we run an op, which gives us someone else is fighting. So that gives us 2 someone else is fighting that's on the same tick. And so that
Got
makes
it.
sense.
Yes.
But that third one's kind of funny. Like we already, we interacted. It already failed. Why does it do that third one and it's a tick late? That's an interesting question. And the reason is it's a global engine bug that exists everywhere on OSRS, where if you run an app and it tells you to get into and it calls. Excuse me. I'm gonna restart this sentence.
Yeah, go ahead.
You call an app, and the app says actually shorten the app range, and then that's essentially telling it to keep trying, right? We used that verbiage earlier. It's gonna say keep trying until I'm within 0 tiles away. The code expects that you run an app again if you're going to run an interaction the same tick. Like if you're 7 tiles away and you go to attack something with a dart, it's going to run the app label. It's going to run you 2 tiles into the guards, two tiles closer to the guard. You're now within 5 tiles, and it's going to run the app again after you move until you throw the dart the same tick. There's a fundamental engine bug where if you run an app, it calls you app range, and then you run an op instead. That's what happens when we're up close. The interaction doesn't realize that it's completed, and it keeps trying to interact even though you successfully interacted. And so we get another tick of interaction where we get someone else who's fighting that a third time.
Wow.
And I know that probably didn't make sense to anyone.
I followed about half of it, but I did not need to understand it all to be impressed by it.
So the key is you run like a ranged attack, you move into melee distance in the same tick, you run a melee attack, the logic gets confused and then thinks you didn't attack at all, and then keeps trying to make you attack on the next tick.
Okay.
That's the shortened version. And we first noticed this with Ferox bankers. Let me see if I can find you clip real quick, because I think this will make a little bit of sense here.
Perfect. And by the way, chat, some people have asked questions. We are shortly going to move into Q&A.
I know. I've been rambling, but
well, I mean,
check.
Your rambling is the content that we're looking for, man. Like,
Good,
trust me, we're loving it.
Okay. So check this clip I just sent you.
Okay.
Yep. So I click the guard, or I click the banker, excuse me. And then I don't click it twice, but it opens the bank twice. And then the second time it doesn't do that. But I think it probably does that again later in the clip. See that?
It's opening the bank twice, basically. Like,
yep.
You close the bank and it opens on you again.
Exactly. And so this is the exact same engine bug that we just saw with the guard. And so I'm running an
Oh,
app on the guard. It moves
even
me
though
into
it's not an
melee range.
attack, it's still an interaction. So it's still running the app
Yeah,
in the
it's
op
still
the
an
same
app in
way.
an op. Of course. Yeah. Perfect. Yep. And so this isn't, this doesn't have to do with attacking or anything. I didn't even think about attacking when we were writing it. Um, and it honestly, if you read through the code, is really intuitive why this bug should occur. And they just didn't catch it. Andrew Gower didn't catch it in 2002 when he built it. And 20 years later, we are rewriting it and kind of making sense of it. It's,
So what you're saying is that Lost City 2004 has the archaeology skill already in it.
it
You,
seems like it. Yeah. Of
you are
course.
going through the ruins of Andrew Gower's initial correct collection and digging up artifacts as we speak. We got a
Yeah. So all
99 code archaeologist in the chat.
all all, all this is to stress the point that like you know uh, Lost City feels good to click around in, and the reason is because the engine is being replicated on just completely unprecedented levels.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so what I'm gonna do now is transition into Q&A. I'm gonna swap the scene back to just random gameplay of me fishing because I don't think there's anything going on code-wise. Um, I'm going to scroll back up. There were some questions asked earlier. We're going to go in order. Those who have additional questions, just start typing them in chat and we're going to go through them all. Let me get my Discord situated the way it should be. Make sure that the stream looks as it should, and it does. All right, so first question is from Jay. He's asking, are updates planned to keep up with anniversary schedule?
Oh,
Not,
I'm sorry. Is that the whole question? Are updates planned to keep up with?
it didn't make sense to me, but maybe it does to you. He says, are updates planned to keep up with the anniversary schedule?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think you cut out that. Yeah. The anniversary schedule.
I'll try it
Does
again.
that are we
Test.
just trying to be one to one? Is that the question? Like one to one with an update timeline as they were in 2004?
See, I'm also having trouble interpreting what his question means. He's probably
Yeah, I'll explain on a high level how updates I expect to work.
okay. Okay.
So we only have the RuneScape archaeology project. Like they look at all these old computers and they find like old cache versions and old client versions that are still hanging around on these old hard drives. These are kind of few and far between. We maybe have like 4 for 2004 and 4 for 2005.
Okay.
Whenever we do an update, we need to jump to one of these like cache revisions. And so, that's roughly every 3 months. And so the plan is, we're going to launch pay to play full launch, finished beta.
Okay.
We're going to pick our next cache revision, which is going to be sometime like July '04 maybe. And then we're going to code everything for July '04, which we have no clue how long that's going to take. Like we cannot set a timeline for this. This is not something that we've even started on or thought about. And then all that code is going to be released at once after a lot of testing. And so the way updates are going to work is they're going to kind of come in these like relatively large, like 3 months at a time waves. And we pretty much have no, like in an ideal world, we release the July 20th update on July 20th in an ideal world. Uh, I don't know if that'll be feasible or not. I have no clue. We're getting more devs interested in the project. Maybe we can rush some development along. We'll see.
Got it. So it's basically just if you can keep up with the timeline, you will, but you're not going to sacrifice quality over speed.
Never sacrifice quality. That's a good point.
I think that was a great answer to the question. As we go through these, I'll look to see if Jay has any follow up questions for it. But for now, I'm going to move on. Devin Coyle wants to know he's curious, how long do you think it would take to code a full fight caves in '05?
Ooh.
Always wanted to play it that era, but not like a noob.
Yeah, I love that question. So one of my interested in the project. Like obviously, I love the vision. A big reason that I'm involved, obviously, I'm showing you a bunch of like specific engine behavior that I've replicated. Um, Engine behavior is like universal. Like it doesn't matter if I'm writing for 2004 or 2007 or 2025 OSRS. You saw that the engine's behaving fundamentally the same.
Correct.
And that's why I like to be there is because, what the code I'm writing is relevant to Fight Caves, relevant to Inferno, etc. I would love to see people build out Fight Caves, Barbarian Assault, Inferno, Coliseum. I would love if we built these updates on the 2004 engine. I think that'd be the coolest thing in the world. And so um, I've already put thought into that. Like that's one of my personal goals apart from the project is I would love to see a Fight Caves release before, we're even into 2005. And it won't be pushed to the live game. It'll just be like I want that code to be ready, and then once we do the 2005 updates, we'll have it ready. But people will be able to play it. If we write the code, people will be able to play it on external servers before it comes out. So
Right.
how long do I think it would take to build? Uh, Not that long. I don't think. Right now, our biggest issue is with backporting maps. We don't have a good way to take a 2005 map and build it into the 2004 engine at the moment. And so that's a huge hurdle for doing any future content. Like that's not authentic to 2004.
Right.
Once we pass that hurdle, I think we'll be able to see a lot of custom content. I did build, it got a bunch of likes on Twitter. I built a little stub of, have you played Barbarian Assault?
Barbarian Assault is probably my favorite RuneScape minigame, and I don't understand why anybody hates it. There's haters of Barbarian Assault, and they make no sense to me. I love that minigame.
Yep, so I sent you a little clip, and you might have to go to my Twitter or maybe I can do the little embed thing. That should give you an embed.
Twitter's probably easier. I'm gonna swap the scene again
Y-
real quick
Yeah, so
here.
just as like a little, I wrote out a bunch of engine behavior, and I just wanted to make sure it works. Uh, this is the Barbarian Assault Defender role that I built just in like my little dev environment, and you can see like, it doesn't look anything like Barbarian Assault, but you can
Well,
kind of tell
yeah, you
like,
can. Right. Yeah, it's
and
all it's all the set pieces.
yep, and then these are the Penance Runners from Barbarian Assault. And if you know anything about those guys, they're pretty complicated. Like if you watched runners, you'd be kind of just confused by them. But because our engine is working so well, these are actually really easy to code because of how just authentic the engine is. And so this is Barbarian Assault runners built into 2004. But you can see here, like I'm not using any of the map assets. The hardest part of this
So
project
cool.
would be to backdate the maps. Like this took me a day, but then
Okay.
if I were to backport the maps, like we just don't have tooling around that yet,
So,
fortunately.
when you say maps, are you talking about like the mini map, or does that mean something else?
Like the all of it, like you see, I built this game area from scratch using like current asset, like 2004 assets.
Okay.
Backdating assets and like backdating like the Fight Caves area is a pain in the ass at the moment.
Backdating assets and backdating fight caves area.
Yeah, like we're clearly not in the actual Barbarian Assault arena. If I wanted to, but other than that, everything's the same. Like we could port this code to the Barbarian Assault arena, but actually getting that Barbarian Assault arena into the 2004Scape is a pain. I
Interesting.
actually don't even know how to do it. There's a hurdle we have to get across. So yeah, I would love to see stuff like Fight Caves before it's time to release Fight Caves. That's actually a big goal of mine.
Right on, man. All right, back switching the scenes again and going on to the next question. Um, Hold on, give me just a minute here as I scroll through chat because people have been asking questions. And by the way, if anyone else has a question, now's the time to ask. I'm sifting through like chatting versus actual questions. Alexis Lopez said, "Bro's doing a better job than the company who owns the game."
I mean, unironically, we have some, and I'm not even speaking about, I'm speaking about the other people and how impressed I am with them on the team. We have some brilliant people working on the project. Like we have some legitimate developers who would easily hold down a job at Jagex if they wished, but
Um,
obviously there's hurdles with that, with nationality and stuff.
Mogan is here and just wanted to give you a shout
Oh yeah, my boy. Yeah.
out. All right. It's looking like a lot of chat. I'm not seeing any other questions yet. I'm not at the bottom yet, though. Just, I mean, you can't see chat right now, but everything I'm scrolling through is just like really awesome feedback from chat. People celebrating, clapping, giving you kudos.
Yeah, I
That,
don't have it open. If you want to read anything out that you find
yes.
notable.
Yeah. Jabba says incredible insights into our undoubted favorite MMO title. Great job, team. There's a bunch of
Yeah, I
clapping
love hearing that.
emojis. Someone tuned in a little late and was like not sure what was going on. He's like, "Who are you talking to?" And I told him like, "Hey, I'm talking to Bea5. He's a contributor on the Lost City engine." And he's like, "That is so sick." Um, so people just happy to have you here. Um, okay, here's a question. So updates that are coming next and when, but you just kind of answered that. You told us how it works on buckets. So that was kind of that's already been
Yeah, no,
addressed.
no clue. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Is the the answer? Who knows?
Uh, Triggered Cat was asking, is Lost City's code an improvement from the original? Which it's not, right? It's just a one-to-one copy, as far as I
I'm
understand.
sorry, you cut out. It's an improvement from what?
He's asking, is Lost City's code an improvement from the original?
It's definitely not trying to be. Like, um, I would say no. I mean,
Okay.
we have some modern technology stacks. Like, you had to realize Andrew was working in 2002. And so maybe in some sense, you could argue that, we're running on a faster server. We can maybe, we're like, Andrew wrote the engine alone. We might have some smarter people just with networking stuff. Maybe we can be more efficient. Like we might be able to squeak. We're probably squeaking out better speed by a lot. Uh, Things were a lot laggier in 2002. I'll tell you that. And so maybe in some sense, but no. The goal is to replicate behavior. That's the only goal.
Okay. Okay, Ken Crowley is asking, I remember seeing somewhere saying updates will be a fork and previous version will have their own servers. Is this true? If so, what do you think about player base splitting?
Yep. So that's a great question, precisely because that's also a question that we are asking. I don't think we have a firm plan for that yet. I think the best idea that's kind of floated that people like is to end up having um, maybe like one or two servers for 2004, one or two servers for 2005, one or two for 2006, and then keep the rest of them up to speed. And so if we fork the goal with forking is mostly for um, preservation. Like we want to allow people to play that moment in time, but I think the main servers will always be up to date in the you know what I mean. But again, I don't think we don't know. We don't know yet.
Okay. Um
Personally, I'm more in favor of keeping the main player base all in the same spot, of course.
yeah, and I'll just add my own commentary on this just from, having watched Pizzazz's interview with Vancouver and just having been around the community is that there is what Pizzazz's vision is for this project and the team's vision who are all following Pizzazz. There's that. And then there's the community and what they want in terms of a gameplay experience. And those two visions are Venn diagrams that intersect in some places and differ in others. So there's a lot of players here who they just want the best gameplay experience. But at the end of the day, that's not the goal of the 2004 Lost City project. 2004 Lost City is a specifically, it is a preservation project. The goal of this project is to archive the game as it was in 2004, 5, 6, and 7. Well, 7 we'll see. At least 4, 5,
Yep.
and 6. And some parts of that preservation project are gonna yield great gameplay elements. Some of them might yield the best gameplay elements. But by design, there will be things that could be improved about the gameplay experience that won't be improved, and that is the intention. So that's going to, as we move from beta into pay to play, going to be a continual kind of dissonance between, there's this segment of the community that wants a fun gameplay experience, which is not always going to be a one-to-one alignment with preserving the game as it was in 2004. So I just wanted to add my own comments on that question.
Because it's open source, like everyone working on the project obviously might not share a specific vision in mind either. So Pizzazz has his vision. I just have like I'm not as even concerned with the server. Like I want an authentic engine, like just for the almost sport of it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
but I'm almost not as concerned with the game. But maybe you guys don't want to hear that. But I love the game. I love the game, but it's not my like number one priority. Like I'd probably be doing this, and Pizzazz would be doing this if there were 0 players. And that's what got us to release, is the fact that people were willing to do this with 0 players. Like people developed this for years just for the fun of it before it got released. So
for sure. For sure.
and that should be a good thing to hear from a player base, right? Like it's almost like you can trust the integrity of it. Like there's not going to be sellouts. Like there's
Right.
no exactly exactly, like we have our principles, and everything else is secondary. So I do see, I can see your stream, and I can slightly see that Inducted asked about backpathing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can definitely take over here. Go ahead.
So currently, how we have it in 2004, and it was like this at OSRS release until 2014. Path calculations are happened in the client, and so if you click somewhere in the map, your client, like your own machine, is running a pathing algorithm to get you to where you want to go, and then those paths are being sent to the server. They did this because pathing can be expensive. Like think about if you're going to solve a maze, right, as a kid, like finding the point from one side of the maze to the other. That you can't necessarily do that quickly, but if you click through a maze in OSRS, it's going to solve it for you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so that's not necessarily a fast thing. And so in 2002, when they had slow servers, they opted to put this calculation in the client instead of on the server. In 2014 OSRS, they moved it to server side because they could handle higher loads. It had been 12 years.
Yeah.
But how we have it and how they had an OSRS release is happening in the client. This is an issue because if you click toward like the end of a tick, your action might not be registered on the very next tick. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you click toward the end of the tick, a tick goes by, and then on the next tick, the server gets your action. If you click like toward the very end. If you do that with a path calc, you calc a path, a whole tick of updates happens, and then on the next tick, the server gets your path calc. Well, the path calc you just sent to the server is a whole tick outdated from where you might currently be. And because of that, the path calc might contain points that are behind you because the path calc might be outdated by then. And so you run backwards for a tick every once in a while if you're not being careful.
That makes 100% sense. And I would assume this improves with better latency.
Yeah. So the faster we can make the networks, and the faster we can make one thing that's people call ping, but it's not technically, is how fast it takes for us to calculate a tick on the server. And so we receive all this information about players, but then we actually have to go update the tick, right? Like we have to calculate where, move every player, on the back end. You know, you do damage to an NPC. We have to make sure that the NPC's health goes down and all this. This has to happen like before we can send you out the new tick information. And
Okay.
so if these calculations take long, it just feels like peeing to the player. Like it's pretty much to the end user, it just seems like ping, even though it's technically we call it our cycle latency.
Given that, is there anything that we can do to prevent some of the backtracking? Is there like ways that we can click to be more efficient?
Yeah, in general, and this is I think a kind of difficult thing to do. The best thing you can do is not click toward the end of the tick. And so you receive like a ticked update every 600 milliseconds. I think if you click right after you receive that update, you should pretty much never get backpathing. But you know, you don't know when the tick's really happening. Like you don't have a true tile, you don't have a metronome.
Yeah, I was about to
It's
say
not
if we had a
OSRS.
tick,
Yeah,
if we had a
exactly.
tick metronome. That would,
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. So that's the best way, but you know, unless you're I wouldn't even know. Like unless you're doing something where you have a visual cue every tick. The second best way is not to click. Like it tends to happen maybe when you're running around like corners because uh, yeah, I think corners make it happen especially often because like you're calculating a like your path calc is doing a lot of work like right up front. And so you're sending like, you know, if you need a path around a corner, like you need to send that path to the server. If you're pathing a straight line and then you send another path to the straight line to the server, you're not going to backwalk because you're still just running in the same straight line. But so it tends to happen when you're like zigzagging around.
yeah, I noticed that too. I don't know if this actually helps, but I find that planting less flags on my mini map helps. If I let my
Yeah.
character approach the point of my flag, um, the closer my character is to the point of the flag, the less likely I am to backtrack. The trade off there is that sometimes you wait too long and your character reaches the flag and then stalls before you're able to plant the next flag.
Yep.
But somehow that has helped me.
Yeah. So I see someone ask about special attacks.
Yeah,
They're yep.
Suzuki-san.
And I can't really make it out. I see Will special attacks be out.
I'll read you.
Can you? Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
So Suzuki-san asks, "Will special attacks be out a few weeks after launch? How will updates work? Like after Legends Quest, are we getting any more updates or not until O5 version?" So some of that has already been answered, Suzuki-san. So I guess
Yeah, I'll
if you
go over
want
it.
to give a really high level overview, a quicker answer, yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna like special attacks will not be on release and they won't be incredibly soon. They will come with our next update, which will be about 3 months of Jagged, 3 months of 2004 content, and then that will come however fast we code it. Um, so it'll be, they're not going to be out on release. They will come with our very next patch. It's not going to be the 2005 patch. It'll be like July 2004 patch.
Nice, nice.
And I'm looking forward to special attacks. I think they're going to be a lot of fun to get correct. You know what I mean?
Heck yes, man. Well, here we are. It looks like we're at the end of Q&A with the best conversation that we've had on stream to date. So, Bea, huge thanks, man, for being here.
Yep.
This is kind of a collaboration. The only other collab that we've done on stream was with another content creator named Garlic04. I'm going to just shout him out real quick. Search Garlic04 on YouTube. But I don't know what your sort of presence is on the internet, but if there's any sort of presence that you have that you want to shout out, be it a Twitter, a YouTube channel, any sort of website, any sort of presence that you want to make chat here aware of how to find you, follow you, or
I'm
follow
gonna go
your
ahead and
work.
shout out one of the other devs. I think if you want to follow the project, Tanner Dino on YouTube makes videos about the Tanner even makes videos about development on the project, and so yeah, I would don't follow me, go follow Tanner. And in general, I want to really stress this point that you're giving you're giving me a lot of airtime, and I love it. But I just want to make sure that we all are aware that how much harder a lot of the other devs have worked on the project than I have. Jordan, Pizzazz, Tanner, Indio, in the list goes on, and so just want to make sure I'm not the one taking huge credit for all of this. It's a lot of brilliant people working on it.
Listen, man, whatever work you've put into the project or not, it's not up to us to quantify, measure, or even judge. At the end of the day, you have an intimate understanding of the game and the server and a willingness to come on and share with us. And so,
Yep.
not everyone who codes has the willingness to come on and be live and have a conversation like this. So I can say for myself, it's super appreciated. From the rest of the chat, I'm sure it's appreciated as well. Craig here is saying, humble, which, major respect. I think it's a great show of your character to show deference to the rest of the team. If any of the team does watch this, I feel like I have a responsibility to kind of do what you're doing here and say, thank you, all of you, to every single member of the Lost City team, from Pizzazz all the way down, for giving us this really amazing gaming experience. It's been a blast, and I'm so excited to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Let's see. So I wanted to shout out Garlic there because I did a collab with him as well. We've shouted out Tanner Dino. Obviously, I got to shout out myself a little bit. This has been Josh Brown Games speaking with Bea5 about the Lost City server development and a little bit about how to look through the code and understand it from a layman's perspective. If you've not already, please throw a like on this stream, sub to my channel, and hit the bell for notifications. Because I only do live content, that bell makes a way bigger difference for this channel than any other channel. It's not like I record any videos that are just going to show up on your feed anyways through recommended lists on the algorithm. The only content I do is live, so hitting that bell will tell you every time I go on live. So if you want to see more of this kind of content, hang out with me a little bit more, hit that bell, subscribe to the channel, and thank you every single person that's here for being here.
Yep. Thank you, everyone.
Any other closing comments, Bea?
I think I've said my piece. You gave me plenty of time to say what I wanted to say about the project. I'm thankful to everyone involved, and I'm thankful for everyone who's watching and interested in it. I mean, I love talking about this stuff, obviously. So thanks for listening.
Yeah, well, let's not rule out the possibility of some sort of follow up when the time is right, or there's I'm sure there's other.
Hey, you should get Tanner on. I'm sure she'd love to come and speak about the project.
Yeah, I'll reach out to her for sure. And I mean, it's a bit of a pipe dream, but if Pizzazz ever wants to come on and do something similar to this, either with him or with some of the other teams supporting him, I'm sure we'd all love to hear from Pizzazz. I know he's been on with Vank, and I heard he did another podcast with Pause, so his time's really valuable. I don't know if he's gonna have the time to do it with every content creator, but of course we'd all love to talk to Pizzazz. If you want to throw in a good word for us, that'd be awesome. But yeah, Tanner Dino. I think I saw her on here. So Tanner, maybe we can line something up for in a couple of weeks. I personally, I'm out of town next week, Monday through Thursday. I'm gonna do my best to stream like from a hotel room on a laptop. I don't know how that's gonna go, but we're gonna try it. But yeah, maybe the next 2 weeks from now, I'll reach out to Tanner and see if we can get something scheduled. Well, right on, man. I can't tell you how great this has been, dude. It's been real. I know you have a bed and a pillow to go hit, so 1,000 thank yous. This has been a lot of fun, man.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good one.
Cheers. Whoa, mama. That was really, really cool, guys. That was so fun. What a guy. I feel just so lucky to have met him. I went into the Discord, the developer Discord, and I was asking questions about trying to figure out how to get my nature tally drop. And Bea was the one who was answering me, and we got to DMing, and he was kind of saying that he'd be interested in coming on live, and here we go. Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it, Jay. It was a lot of fun, wasn't it? Thank you, Craig. Yeah, we hit 34 CCUs. Definitely record-breaking viewer count. A lot of new people here. Huge welcome to all the new viewers. This community is so freaking great, guys. I'm just going to say, it might be my face up here, but it's literally every single member of this chat, the people who've been around here for the last couple of weeks, supporting the stream to get it to where it's at. It is full of knowledgeable RuneScape gamers. If you have questions in this chat, man, go ahead and ask. You're going to get an answer from this community. If you're looking to buy and sell, feel free to say anyone selling, anyone buying. You're going to find people. Tetemisi, welcome, man. Welcome. The interview with Bea is over, but the stream is not. I'm going to be going and getting my attack to 60. That's been a goal of mine. Excited to hit it with you guys probably tonight. And then the question is going to become, the title of the stream still remains, Preparing for the Nature Talisman Grind. So essentially, I think I'm going to be killing, there's so many people here. I'm almost scared to reveal my method. I'll say this much, guys. The people who have been around this stream for a really long time, they have been around to see me explore all the best ways to get a nature talisman to drop on day one of the server. It's my goal to be the first person crafting nature runes. So because that's already been figured out, I feel like my next step on in free-to-play, because we only have free-to-play for another couple of weeks, my next step is to get this rune essence count as high as physically possible. I'm right around 15,000 rune s right now. I've been kind of asking for some ideas from chat and everybody else. What do you guys think the best way to get rune essence is? I don't think mining is the best way. I think it's probably some sort of money-making method, selling maybe coal or hides or something, because there's so many great ways to make money in this game, and I think the inflation is curbed enough on Rune S where I could probably farm something else and get more Rune Essence by proxy than if I were to farm it directly. Craig, I think he's going to Fire Giants. Not Fire Giants. Not Fire Giants, actually. I'll say this much. Those of you who were there for the coding session, you now know everything you need to know to look through the code yourself and look at every single monster that has the potential to drop the nature talisman. So if you want to do your own theory crafting, it is very doable now. You will immediately know where I'm trying to farm nature talisman the day members drops, because I'm going to be there doing it live on a 24. I'm thinking about making it a 24-hour stream, just going balls to the wall 24 hours straight. I've never done one before, but if there was ever time to do it, it'd be on the members drop. Yeah, dude, John, it's true, man. Thank you, Devin, for the sub, man. I really appreciate the sub. It's awesome to see the channel growing at this pace. It's really fulfilling, honestly. I'm very transparent, with any emotions I'm feeling about the experience of building this channel and building this stream. It's been really fulfilling. It's something I'm proud of. It's something I'm excited about, and it's something I'm grateful for and really appreciative of all the community here, all the viewers helping this happen. It's really cool, guys. Thanks, Jonathan. We hit 30 viewers, absolute record. The record prior was yesterday. We were at 23 CCUs. Today we got up to 34 with some really high quality content. I mean, man, something I'm really proud of. Let's see. Catching up on chat, guys. Ricky Posey, welcome, man. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the community. Glad to have you here. Any chance of the developers just stopping or getting a cease and desist from Jagex lawyers and the server just going down? Oof, that's a huge question. That could be an entire 30-minute conversation. I'm just gonna bullet point it, and I'm gonna give you the 3 reasons why I'm hopeful that the server will not be shut down. But I'm going to start with a big fat disclaimer. This server might be shut down. It might happen. And if it does, I say it's all still worth it. I've had a blast. No matter how long this experience lasts, it's an amazing gaming experience. So if the server gets shut down, I'll say this was still a wonderful experience. No part of me, if the server gets shut down, is going to say it was all for naught. So with that disclaimer out of the way, here's the 3 things that I think are in favor for the server not getting shut down. And one more disclaimer. I'm not a lawyer, so this is like a layman person talking here. I'm not a lawyer. I have no idea if any of this is as relevant as I think it is. Here's my 3 things. Number 1, they're not taking any money. It's not a profit center. Number 2, the product they're offering is not currently being offered by Jagex. So like there's other private servers out there that are like taking like 2007Scape and they're like offering it for free, or some of them are even taking money for it. And by offering the same product that Jagex is offering, they're directly competing with Jagex. Jagex has 2 live service offerings today, which are Runescape 3 and OSRS. Those are the only 2 products they have. They do not have a 2004 server. Project Xanaris is coming out. It's still to be determined whether Project Xanaris will be able to accomplish something like this or not. The third thing that I think is going in its favor of not getting banned is the fact that the project is open source. Anyone can download it. The goal of the project is not revenue. It is not competition. It's preservation. Being the fact that it's an open source preservation project, maybe, again, I'm not a lawyer, maybe there's a chance that it could be defended in a court as like a form of artistic expression or preservation. They're not claiming to own any of these assets. This is a fully open source project purely for the goal of preservation. And there is something creative and artistic about what they're doing. I'm wondering if it falls into the same category of why a DJ can sample another musician's music, create something that's unique because it's got so many different samples that it's no longer a copy. It's greater than the sum of its parts. So maybe in that same vein, this would be considered illegal. Again, this is just me guessing, not a lawyer, but those are my thoughts on your question, Rick Posey. Jonathan, I'm going Fire Giants for Nat Tally. If it's overpopulated, I'm doing Moss Giants. Moss Giants do not drop it, so don't do Moss Giants. Fire Giants can drop it, but the Nature Talisman and the Chaos Talisman are sister items. One drops or the other, so essentially the Talisman is part of the rare gem drop table. It has a 1. Every time the rare gem drop table is hit, there's a 1 in 24 chance that a talisman drops. What determines whether that talisman is a chaos or a nature talisman is whether you're above or below ground. So if you hit the rare gem drop table and the monster you killed is an above ground monster, you're getting a nature talisman. If you're in a dungeon, just like we are now fighting hill giants, if you're anywhere underground, below stairs, under a ladder, and you hit the rare gem drop table, a 1 out of 24 gets you a tally drop. That tally is going to be a chaos talisman. Jay says, haha, they asked about it in Garlic's chat today, and I was like, you'll have to ask Josh IDK if he wants to leak our meta. You're going to find out soon enough. In like a week and a half, like the second the server drops, I'm going to be at my spot. So, and I'll probably talk about it again. So if you stick around, you'll figure it out. Teti Misi wants to know, will you be able to make nature runes with rune essence? The answer is yes. Pure essence don't come out. I don't remember which year actually, but pure essence are not part of 2004. What rune did you RC for your level? Asks Matt Ehinger. Matt, welcome to the stream, man. Great to have you here. Thanks for joining. I did a mix of airs and mines. I have not crafted anything but airs and mines, except for one time I was getting PK'd at the mind altar. So like for a minute, I pivoted to go and do some body runes, literally just to try and like wait the PKers out. But for the most part, I have done mind runes and air runes. By the way, I noticed you never explicitly showed how to pull the source code up on GitHub. Might be worth showing quickly. I think I did show how to pull the source code up on GitHub, Jay, but if there's something I did miss something actually, and I didn't remember how to get to it. So if you link me, Jay, on Discord, that I know what you're talking about. There's like a link that pulls up the source code on GitHub. Link that in my Discord channel, and I'll pull it up and like show everyone real quick. It'd be a nice little nugget for those who want to see it. Craig, if you get nat tally early, how are you getting 32 agility fast? I will not be getting 32 agility. Do I need 32 agility? I haven't looked into this. This is questions that I've not looked into it yet. Are there any obstacles that will prevent me from getting to the nature altar if I get the talisman? I.e., are there any quests that I need to complete? Or, I mean, are you right now referencing an agility obstacle that I have to jump over in order to access the altar? Because if that's the case, I'll have to add that into my P2P release strategy. M5, really enjoying the stream, specifically the convos. Keep it up. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. I have reached out to Pause. I've DM'd him. So if you want to like reach out to him on my behalf, if you watch his content or comment on his videos and, you know, drop a line to Pause, drop a note to Pause, let him know that you'd like to see us do a collab. I'm open to it. So I think your push in his direction would probably help make that happen. Triggered Cat, they should keep a database of everyone's stats and restart the server under a new name if that happens. So you can already download, Triggered Cat, a save file of your character. I don't know how to do it. That would have been a good question to ask. But you can download a save file of your character, and they should have all the backups. Java, I've donated to another project using RuneScape's intellectual property coded from scratch. It's still intact. That's encouraging, Java. Evan, I would have spent so many hours at Blue Drags not knowing that. LMAO. TY for the info. Yeah, Blue Drags are only going to drop Chaos Talismans. Craig, you don't bank nature runes. The meta for natures is you go to the general store in the Taibowani village. You sell the noted essence to the general store and you buy them back. The next nearest bank is Ardoon, and no one wants to go run from Ardoon. Does Shiloh Village actually give you access to the bank? If I'm the first nature talisman on the entire server, I mean, this is a crapshoot. Like, that'd be epic if I were, but like, who knows? If I'm the first nature talisman on the server, I won't need to bank. I will just be standing at the altar and running to the altar portal to collect essence outside, running back into the altar and crafting and repeating. I will not need to bank. Yes, exactly, Evan. That's what I was just saying. You're correct. That is the meta. Avi, you're going to have to do some more running, it looks like. 500 GP is not enough to thrive on. Gnome Glider is actually faster if you have a Glory or a Dual Ring. Oh, seriously? Inducted? So Glory is not going to be an option because Glory requires Legends Quest, but Dual Ring Gnome Glider, that's really interesting, man. Could you actually expand on that a little more, Inducted? What do you do? So like, which bank do you use for the dual? Oh, the Dual Ring is gonna give you the chest, right? I don't know. I don't want to make any assumptions. So, Inducted, walk me through how you use the Dual Ring to quickly bank natures. I'm not sure. Teti's mining essence as we speak. Teti, don't you get unbanned on your main account tomorrow? Avi, you're full rune already? Holy cow. Good job. Yeah, I was thinking Castle Wars to bank, but I'm not sure. If you're using the Gnome Glider, where do you take the Gnome Glider from? See, Alcard, right? That's the one. I remember using the Gnome Glider. What was I training using the Gnome Glider? Was it construction? I'm trying to remember. I think, yeah. It was construction. I was using the Gnome Glider on my OSRS Iron Man at one point. Was I using it to get planks? Is there like a way to get to the sawmill and make planks using the Gnome Glider? I'm trying to remember, man. This was in 2018 that I had a members Iron Man that I got to 1500 total level. So I'm trying to recall like memories from 8 years ago. I don't remember exactly what I used the Gnome Glider for, but I remember, yeah, something about Castle Wars and not the Gnome Glider. It was the balloon, the hot air balloon from the Intrana quest. That's what I would do. Yeah, not the Gnome Glider. I would use the hot air balloon, and I would use the hot air balloon to make planks at the sawmill, and then I would go back to Castle Wars with a dual ring, get more logs, glide to the sawmill, and that's how I'd get my planks. Something like that sounds correct. Grats on the unban, dude. Grats on the unban. +1 player to the game. Or +1 advanced account, I suppose. Unless you want to use 2 dual ring charger per run, which would be faster. Oh, I see what you're saying. One dual ring charge for the glider and Alcard, and a second dual ring charge for the bank at the... What's that called? Castle Wars. Oh, no Castle Wars yet. Ooh, laws with a balloon, man. That sounds very interesting. Yeah, isn't the law altar on Intrana? So you would take the Intrana balloon. You would take the balloon to Intrana. Hey guys, I'm using Chrome Remote Desktop here to take a bio break. Gonna keep the stream running and keep the character moving. No XP waste. We're Chrome Remote Desktoping. Chrome Remote Desktoping for 0 XP waste. I will be just back. First, I'm gonna clear my inventory. So, in like a minute or two, I'm gonna Chrome Remote Desktop, do a bio break, and then continue streaming. We're going for 60 attack. We should be there fairly soon. Quick note, man. Someone asked what runes I did to get my runecraft level. I should add that I've had a lot of runners that have helped me get runecraft levels, but the runner market and the S market got like way too expensive and competitive, and I couldn't keep up anymore. Cause I'm at like I'm at 62 right now. So for my air runes, I get 6x air runes. There's people that are getting 8x air runes, and they're like basically doing 10x airs and losing 2. If I do 10x airs, man, I lose 4 air runes. Like, it's just too expensive. It's not sustainable. All right, we got an empty inventory. Chrome remote desktop. We're doing a buy break. Be right back, guys. Be right back. Holy cow. Guys, I gotta tell you what. Those who don't know, there's some people who probably have no idea that this is my second stream today. I mentioned it briefly when I was talking to Bea that I do sweat and Scape, where I like right behind me here I pull out a workout mat and I do like a 45 minute to 1 hour workout while AFK training. Oh, I'm being attacked by a swarm. I'm like, what's going on? Just reset aggro with the ladder. Between doing a really, really hard weight training workout and a 2 hour stream And then transitioning into this stream where I was like, you know, talking. I know for some people it was like, for some people here that are coders, maybe it wasn't like really technical, but like for me it was pretty technical. So like I was like really having to like pay attention and like understand what he was saying, and you know, try to do the host role too, like facilitate with the right questions. So it's like my brain was like constantly on. Not to mention I was like fishing the entire time. So like I'm also playing RuneScape because 0 XP waste. We're gamers. Gamers got a game, man. Just take that in aggregate, and I'm like fatigued, but in a good way. You know what I mean? Like in an accomplished way, like the way you feel after like a sports practice workout or something, where it's like, or like the night you feel after like the way you feel after like studying for a test and knowing you're gonna ace it the next day because you figured it all out, like the good kind of fatigue. I missed the announcement, Craig. My apologies. Huge. Grats, brother. 40, 40, 40. You're going for the full rune. That's a huge, huge milestone, man. Congratulations. Did M5 just give me the moniker of best 2004Scape streamer so far? Thank you, dude. Huge thank you. That's like the best compliment that I've received since starting to do this. God damn, M5. My dude, man. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. That's awesome. That brings a real smile to my face. Thank you, man. Will you be uploading that interview as a video or just have to rewatch VOD? I'm probably going to retitle the VOD so that people can find it better and leave a timestamp in the comment for when the interview begins. At some point, if the channel starts to like generate revenue, I'm gonna put all the revenue of the channel into hiring an editor to go through my VODs and edit videos. I do have DaVinci Resolve on my computer. I do know how to edit videos. I'm just very slow at it. I'm not experienced at it, and so like the amount of time it takes me to edit videos is just not a good ROI. I can produce a lot more content by just live streaming like this than I can by spending my time not creating content and trying to edit a video. Because like something that would take me like 3 to 4, maybe even more hours to edit would take an experienced editor like, 20, 30 minutes, or I don't really know because I'm not an experienced editor, but that's the whole point. I'm not an experienced editor. And trying to learn the skill of editing, it does not interest me enough to really dive deep into it. The ROI on content, massive. So like, as much as I wish I had that skill, like I'm 34, I have a career, I know what I like. I'm just not trying to throw all my free time into learning how to use DaVinci Resolve and edit software. It's one of those things where I wish I could snap my fingers and just be able to do it, but I can't. And the learning curve is substantial. While very doable, very time consuming. Holy moly, guys. I literally finally, after like, I don't know when that started, but it feels like 2 hours. Maybe. After 2 hours, I am finally caught up on the interview, caught up on chat. I can chill. Oh, chill and kill giants, man. This is nice. Giant our way to 60. And we're zeroing in too, man. What are we? Just 10K away. Just 10K away. What's everyone else doing? What's everyone else doing, man? We got some full runers coming in. We got people at the Essence Mine. What else is going on? Avi, that's how you feel now that Rune is knocked out. Yeah, that's a huge milestone, man. And you got it so fast too. It's impressive. Power mining iron, man. I never have power mined iron in my life. I always feel so wasteful because like every piece of iron can turn into a steel bar. And if you have a ring of forging, every piece of iron can turn into an iron bar. I just have never understood. I really am curious, man. Like I'd like to math it out to understand if you had like 100 hours and you were gonna either power mine or bank the iron ore, do you end up ahead? I'm saying this the wrong way. Let me rephrase this. Let's say your goal is to max your account, get 99 everything. If that's your goal, is it more efficient to power mine or is it more efficient to bank the iron? And a huge element in determining that is the market, because it depends what iron ore sells for. Because if you can buy iron ore really cheap, then it makes banking it less useful. But man, as I'm thinking this through, I'm getting more and more granular. So I guess the question I'd want to know is, there's some sort of curve, right? Where based on the price of iron ore, there's some sort of break even where like you could either bank it or power mine it and it's equally efficient. And then below or above that, you can say with certainty that it's okay, based on this price I should be banking and based on this price I should be mining. It just has always felt inefficient to me to not bank my iron ore, and I'm wondering if I'm like deluded and that's like my gut misleading me and that I should be power mining iron whenever I start a new account. Make sure you keep music volume on 4 and effects on 0 for a full immersive experience. I can't tell if that is memes, Jonathan. Joe's maging lessers. I really want to kill some lessers. Do you think I can kill lesser demons with melee with these combat stats? Because that could be a fun thing to do for the defense. I might get defense up to like maybe 50 so that I can wear dragon by killing lessers. Yeah, I should have effect volume on 1. I usually have effect volume on. Do you guys think effect volume is better for the stream or worse? I've never asked that question before. I've assumed it's better this whole time, but who knows? Are the sound effects annoying or are they helpful? Ken Crowley, 44, man. It's a good milestone. Get those natties. Okay, this is like the third trip that I brought 6 salmon, and it's been too much salmon. So I think I'm going to start bringing like 4 salmon. I got one. Jay says he's got 1,700 of his steel bars banked, taking a little break, just farming some gnats at Dark Wizzies. You've got 1,700 of my steel bars banked. So is 1,700, Jay, is that part of a larger goal? Yeah, I agree, Inductive. It's hard to tell whether it's better to bank or power mine. Evan says, I did a small test, and power mining is 34,000 XP per hour, banking is 17,000 XP per hour, and 20k GP per hour. So as long as you can make 20k per hour or more, you save time dropping. Evan, that is the exact right way to think about it, man. I like your approach. I like the logic behind it. Paul says, gaming for real. What's the plan for day one pay to play? Plan for day one pay to play is be the first on the server to have a nature talisman. And then get runners to come and run natures with me. And give them 20 nature runes and keep 5 for myself. Because if this plan works out, they'll trade me 25 S. I'll turn those S into natties. I'll keep 5. I'll give them 20. Numbers subject to change. I'm thinking 5 for me, 20 for runners is maybe where it's going to land, but I'll have to math it out a little bit more. Oh my gosh, 7,700 steel bars, man. I don't know if you're going to get that in 2 weeks. Can you get that in 2 weeks? I don't know. It sounds like a lot. Jay, are you superheating steel bars at the mine, or are you banking and then going to a furnace? I feel like someone already told me that it doesn't make sense to superheat the steel bars because there's some method where you're close enough to a furnace that it doesn't matter. Who's this streamer, Craig? I'm curious now. You've piqued my interest. Evan, you would need to be able to make 40,000 per hour or elsewhere to break even. If you can make more than double the dollars, it's worth dropping because XP is halved. Well, I don't know, Jay. It depends on how you value gold versus how you value XP. You know, I don't know. I don't know that gold and XP are 1-to-1. Oh, M5. Do you have the mining level to mine Runite? Converting using the same unit of per hour. Let me go back up and read that again. I'm actually still thinking about this. And I'm tired, so I'm thinking slowly. Okay. My brain has finally caught up. So, based on what Evan is saying, as long as you can make 20k GP per hour elsewhere, you're saving time dropping. It depends on what you're doing elsewhere. So, is the activity that you're doing elsewhere also a maximum efficient XP activity? Because if it's like cows, for example, you're making GP at cows, maybe you're getting the equivalent to 20k per hour in cow hives, but at the same time you're also gaining combat experience. So that's not going to be the same as running air runes for a rune crafter, where you're getting 0 experience, but you're making like 40k per hour, let's say. So when you're determining the factor of whether it makes sense to bank or drop the air runes, you essentially need to look at the training method that the gold making method that you're using. Is it netting you experience as well? That has something to do with the equation, because essentially, people talk a lot about GP per XP, right? And GP per XP is a very good way of looking at things. The only problem with GP per XP is that all experience is not equal. One experience in runecrafting, for example, is worth a lot more than one experience in cooking. Cooking's really easy. Same with like fire making. So when you're sacrificing experience, what you're doing is you're sacrificing mining experience to gain gold by banking ores. So if you're going to make that decision, if you're going to sacrifice mining experience to gain gold, you then need to think about the GP per XP equation and where you essentially would be. Here's what you have to do. You'd have to go buy iron. Okay, you'd have to go buy iron. And by buying iron, The opportunity cost is that you could spend that gold that's going towards the iron on a different skill. I'm not going to dive any further down the rabbit hole. But that's kind of the direction you got to go. You got to think about XP per hour, GP per XP, and the value of one experience point in the mining skill versus whatever other skill you'd be having the opportunity cost of not training. Too complicated for me to figure out tonight. I didn't even realize it was that complicated. Doesn't have to be. We can just go with, I liked Evan's thought process. It's good enough for a minimum value of information. Oh boy. Oh, they will. It's a 10K each. The place is 24/7 pack now. Oh, I see. I see M5. You were not saying about Runite, just about power mining or banking. I guess the most efficient way back in the day was natures all the way to 99, then sell them, and it will pay for all the other skills, I bet. Yeah, but back in the day, people were dumb. So we'll see. People aren't dumb anymore. I wonder if natures is going to be profitable. There's a chance that people are just so in tune with the value of nature runes because nature runes create gold. Nature runes plus logs plus flax. I'm missing a reagent. No, I'm not missing a reagent. That's the whole equation. Rune essence. If you even want to think about it that way, you know what? I'm going to leave rune essence out of it. I mean, because rune essence turns into nature runes, but I think you can consider nature runes a finished product. So yeah, nature runes plus logs plus flax equals gold. So people know that equation. It's a set amount of gold because it's high alt. And so the price of nature runes, flax, and U-logs, people are going to already know exactly how much gold that generates. And there's a chance that it all just gets made to the point where it's all just break even. I'm hoping they're good money, man. I didn't train RC because I thought it was going to be good money. I hoped it would be good money. Don't get me wrong. I certainly did. The reason I trained RC, if I'm being honest, is because I saw Pause doing it and it looked hard and I respected the grind. And I'm like, I want to do the hardest grind. I want to do the grind that nobody wants to do, just like Pause is. Because Pause was the first content creator that I saw for this game. And he was doing runes. He was running fire runes in Al-Kard. I was like, that's insane. I want to do that. That's the cold, hard truth of the matter. I think Mudkip's video is going to give a lot of streamers that didn't want to play the game for fear of offending Jagex. I think it's going to license them. I think it's going to kind of give them a permission structure to play the game. I don't think all of them are going to make content on it because some of them have really close relationships with Jagex. and they'll be worried about losing that relationship or endangering their living, you know, which is, it's a real thing, you know. If you're a full-time content creator at that point, it's your way that you're putting food on the table for your family. So playing a version of the game just because you want to, when you have like a wife and kids and food to put on a table, at that point, it's just irresponsible, you know? I mean, there's a poem that I had to recite at boarding military school. It went like this: the hope to win, the zeal to dare, contempt for what is base and mean, pride in achievement that is fair, the strength that is in the brotherhood, the courage to proclaim success, the will to strive for what is good, and first and always, manliness, by S.C. Kaiser. If you're a content creator, man, if you're a man and you're supporting a family and you're putting food on the table through your content, you don't get to be a kid anymore. You don't get to just play the game because, oh, this is what I did when I was a child and I'm going to go be a kid again. Like, you're not a kid anymore. You got to be a man. I'm in a position where I'm not doing this for a living, so I don't have that restriction. Mudkip took a big risk, man. Other streamers are going to be very closely watching how Jagex reacts to Mudkip's video. If Mudkip gets ostracized from the Jagex sphere of influence, it will have a major impact on... That will tell other streamers how to act. And Jagex, therefore, would probably be wise to ostracize Mudkip, which sucks, man. That's like that corporate crud. That's the kind of stuff that sucks, man. Like, where it's like literally the most strategic thing you could do as a profit-seeking company is to ostracize someone who is endangering your product. Just to be clear, I don't support that at all. I'm not saying that I want Jagex to do that. You know, if anything, it would show a lot of grace and a lot of compassion and humanity if Jagex were to like say, hey, go ahead, do your thing. But unfortunately, a lot of companies don't show grace, compassion, or humanity, and they just do what's profitable. I missed a few chats here. I know he mentioned in one of his vids that he was going to once it comes out. Oh yeah, No Help made a vid as well today because of Mudkip's vid. I don't know who No Help is. I'm going to have to look him up. All the big streamers have popular Discords where their fans will see them playing 04. If they stream it. They can't stream it on Twitch, I've heard. I don't know why that is, by the way. I have not looked into that. But everyone keeps saying you can't stream this on Twitch. I don't even know why. But I take their word for it. Yeah, man. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Exactly. It's exactly right. All right, this is a sore subject. This is no fun. Let's talk about RuneScape. What do you guys think? Based on what we did with Bea today, do you think Pizzazz would be willing to come on, hang out with us? That'd be really cool. Yeah, I hope so too, man. With 59 attack and 60 strength, dude, the experience is coming in really, really fast. Like, I'm almost at 60 attack. And I don't think, after this, I'm either going to be going to lesser demons to try and, like, make money on, like, getting rune. I don't know, man. I got to figure out what I want to do after this. I want to acquire Rune S in the fastest way possible. That's what I really want to do. While still gaining experience. I should add that in. Like, if the fastest moneymaker in the game right now was running S for another runecrafter, I'm not doing that. Like, even though I could technically do that and buy the S, I'm not going to do that. Like, whatever money-making method that I choose, I want to be gaining experience. What up, White Wizard? Good to see you, man. Yeah, it's about that time. Usually at 1:30, we get a huge influx of viewers, I've noticed. We'll see if it happens tonight. It seems like there's like a time zone thing where a bunch of viewers suddenly jump online right around this time. Because it's right around now that I start talking about, like, oh, it's getting close to 2 a.m. I need to think about bed. And then as I'm talking about, oh, I need to go to bed, like, we end up with, like, top tier viewership. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't go to bed. Everybody's here. How are you, White Wizard? Did you just hop on for the first time today? Are you just now sitting down to get your first gaming in? Whoa. Hey guys, I didn't realize that the buff that you get from the monks lasts, like, permanently. I thought that it would decay over time, but I'm still 46 out of 44 from having prayed at the monk's altar, and that was like hours ago. I'm doing good, and it's my third day playing. Oh, I wasn't asking that question, but that's also an interesting thing. I was asking if specifically today, is this your first time logging on today? But you answered the question of how many days have you been playing? So your account is 3 days old? I didn't realize you were that new, man. Like, I feel like you're a regular. I completely recognize your name and stuff. I guess time just, like, flies. Or it's not even that time flies. It's almost the opposite of that. I guess time just feels very meaningful and impactful in this game. Like, if it's only been 3 days and I already feel like you're a regular, just goes to show how, like, impactful and meaningful the time of the game is when you can build a connection that quickly. It's the opposite of time flies. Time is impactful in 2004Scape. Here we go, guys. We are right here. We are 720 experience from 60 attack. Oh, I'm going to have to celebrate it, man. I'm going to have to celebrate it. I'm tired, but if I get 60 attack, I don't care. I'm pushing through. I'm celebrating. 60 attack is worth celebrating. It's a nice milestone. $400 experience, boys. Let's go. 60 push-ups, dude. That's a lot of push-ups. I'm already so sore. What about 60 jumping jacks? Ugh. I upped the weight. I think that's part of why the workout was harder today. I was using 8-pound dumbbells for the previous workout, and I jumped from 8-pound to 10-pound dumbbells today. What do I even need GP for now? Why am I back at cows? You're gonna need GP for stuff, man. $4K hides for shield. I don't know what that means. What do you mean 4K hides for shield? $60 attack, boys. Let's go. Let's go. 60 attack. Look at that. Look at that right there. 60 attack, boys. Let's go. Let's go. 60 attack. Huge gains, boys. Huge gains, boys. Let's go. Let's go. Massive, massive gains, guys. And look at that. Like, right as the inventory fills up, sometimes it's just serendipity, isn't it? The game is, like, talking to me. PKD too fast. Hey, Josh. Great interview with Bea5. Thank you, man. I really enjoyed it, too. CMM, welcome to the chat, man. Thanks for the GZs, guys. I appreciate it. You mentioned Pizzazz did a podcast with Pause. Where can I hear that? So, I watched Pause. On one of Pause's videos, he said he's going to be doing a podcast with Pizzazz. I haven't watched it yet myself. So if it's out, I don't know. So I don't know. It's either happened and it's out and I don't know where it is, or it hasn't happened yet and Pause just said that it's on the schedule. But Pause is PAWZ, so it might be on his channel now. If you go to YouTube and you do PAWZ, pause 2004Scape, it'll come up. And if it's there, let us know, because I'm not sure. Guys, what do I do? What do I do? I did see the one with Vancouver M5. What are your main goals to get done before members content is released? I want 100,000 essence. That's my goal. Yeah, we don't have room for the cape. Oh, man. Alright, I need to, like, quit wasting experience here. I need to get rid of shit. I guess we're finally getting rid of the pots or something. We can get rid of these swords. Alright, guys. We got to figure out what to do here. Are we mining S or are we making money? I've actually not seen the entire Mod Matt K stream. I saw some of it. He was loving it, man. He was having a great time. Yeah, it wasn't fake. It was him. I'm going to sell him to the Falador shop, but I'm not going to do that now because I can do that like AFK on my phone during the day or something. They'll sell for like 1 to 200 each, so this is like 9,400 gold. That's like over 10k right there, and just selling kites to the shop. I think I'm going to go mine coal. Oh no, I did not mean to go back to the main menu. That was a misclick. But it's okay because we didn't want to be on that world anyway, so kind of a fine misclick. So right now, if we take a look at these prices, Rune S should still be going for like 40 each, right? Yeah, 40 each, 40 each. So Rune Essence is 40 each. Coal is about 160. So every coal equals 4 Rune Essences. $50K per hour is not bad, man. The GP is purely to buy Rune Essence, Paul. If mining Rune Essence was the most efficient way to be getting Rune Essence, I'd be mining Rune Essence. But it's not. It's faster to do something else. Like every coal I mine is worth 4 Rune Essence. Rune Essences at the Rune Mine when you're using a rune pickaxe, you get 1S every 3 swings of your pickaxe. Yeah, I do not have access to the mining guild, but I've done a lot of mining at this wilderness mine. It's not the worst. See, I guess this is the case where we consider, do I go power mine iron instead of doing this? I'll show you this run to the wilderness mine. It's a little far, but it's not terrible. I don't know how much further it is from the mining guild, but there's also like no one ever here and infinite coal rocks. So that's a bonus as well. And I don't know if getting hit by monsters makes you mine coal faster or not, but maybe it does. We'll do one inventory here, and I'll let you guys be the arbiters. You'll have to tell me if you think it's better than some other method I could be doing. Like, that was a 1-tick coal right there. I don't know if that was because that was another 1-tick coal. That was like a 0-tick coal. I didn't even swing my axe. I feel like the combat does help. The Barb Village only has 4 rocks. It's really close to a bank, but 4 rocks is pretty rough. Could time a trip. I really wish there was like Zybez or some sort of client that I could play this in that had in-game timers. Timer on Google. Oh, I just use a Windows timer. Then do math. Small sample size, but still yeah, we're all on the same page. Small sample size indeed, but better than nothing. Guys, I don't want to go to bed. It's 1:48 in the morning. Normally I shoot to like log off at 1:45. It's already 3 minutes past the log off minute. We'll push a little longer though. This is an inefficient trip, by the way. I went around the wrong side of that building. You're supposed to go on the west side of the building. King Solomon, did you get to sleep? Because last time I talked to you was during my Sweat and Scape stream, and you'd been up for 24 hours. I hope you napped, man. You do need to take care of yourself. Game on, gamer. Don't let me, like, take away your gaming, but, like, also take care of yourself. Ooh, we don't have full energy. So this is a really scuffed sample size because we just ran out of run. I thought when I started this test that we were going to have enough run energy to always be able to run back to the mine, because with an empty inventory you have no weight from the coal, but seems not to be the case. Oh, that was also inefficient because I didn't realize I was going to mine that rock so quickly. We'll do a couple. We'll do a couple. It's also inefficient. I thought I was going to get the ore, but I didn't, so I moved out of the way. Doing these tests is like, when I do them, I'm normally not streaming, and I like super zone in because like I take the data really, really, really seriously. And so I aim to have a perfectly optimized trip every trip. I'm too tired to be able to like zero in that hard right now. I feel like I want to be locked in on the test. I mean, obviously, there's an argument to be made that it's better not to be locked in because it's a better simulation of variance and human error. But there's more variance in human error than like anything else. So I'd rather get like a fully locked in trip as my sample and then just use that as a baseline and nerf that result by some amount to account for human error. That was ridiculous. I did not mean to skip that rock. Character started going and he was there, and I was like, all right, at this point, I'm committed. All right, let's see. It was about 4:37. Let's see how long this walk back takes. Medieval, you got the Nats, you got the Elks, you're good. I don't have the Elks yet. Only 37 magic. See, now what's my run energy? I think I left the bank on the first trip with 37 run energy. But now I've got way more than that. So I don't know. I'm still going to walk on this next trip, but... Oh, wait. Hold on. We should document. What up, Paul? I didn't find this spot, Jacob. A guy in my clan named Wellness told me to go here. I don't think he's on right now. I say my clan like it's my clan. They're a PvP clan, and I don't PvP with them ever. I never have. I just got invited to their Discord, and I'm in their Discord. And I know some of the people in it just from playing the game with them. Like, I didn't know anyone prior to. So, yeah. My clan is a bit of a stretch, but it's... Of all the community Discord servers for this game that I'm in, that's the one that I've spent the most time in. Yeah, I don't even know the name of it. I just know what the Discord logo looks like when I go to try to find it. Joe, what's the name of it? Thanks, Jay. I agree, man. I had a blast on this stream. Really appreciate you coming and hanging out. It was a lot of fun for me too, man. Have a wonderful night. Sleep well, Jay. Warborn. Yep, that's the one. Holy cow, we actually like ran out of rocks to mine. That's crazy. Quota Marathon, welcome to the stream, man. I've never seen you around here. Really happy to see new face. A very, 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 very warm welcome to you, man. Yeah, the Talisman is going to be really, 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 really hard to get. We actually looked through all the source code files to determine how hard it would be to get. But we're ready. We got a plan, and we're going to do our best. Right now, I finished the title of this stream, preparing for the nature tally grind, was focused around getting the combat that I need to be able to grind for it. And we have the combat now. Like moments ago, we just hit 60 attack. So we have 60 attack, 60 strength. I was going to get 60 defense, but now I'm thinking that maybe I won't. So now we're just basically trying to farm rune essence. Hey Joe, if you want to link Paul the disc, I don't know if it makes sense to link a whole community's Discord on the YouTube stream when it's not really my clan. I'm trying to think how to do this. Paul, can you throw your Discord username into the chat? And that way Joe can DM you the link on Discord. Quota, the day of P2P release, I'll probably be doing I'm definitely taking PTO, and there's a chance that I'll be doing a 24-hour stream. We'll see. If you tune into the stream, you'll see where I'm at. But I don't want to say where I'm going to be at ahead of time because I don't want a bunch of people to flood it. But just to not leave you with no information, I'll tell you that one of the best monsters in the game to drop Nature Talisman is the Fire Giants. And it's pretty likely that the first Nature Talisman will come from Fire Giants. The only issue with them is that everyone's going to be rushing Waterfall Quest and killing Fire Giants trying to get rune skimmies and stuff. But if you want to do the math yourself, take this fraction. Okay? It's 5.5 divided by 128 and multiply that fraction by 1 out of 24. That will tell you the chance that you have of a Fire Giant dropping a Nature Talisman. I'm going to be camping Black Demons with Safe Spot myself for clues and ultra rare table. Almost 70 range so far. 70 range is huge, man. Congrats on that. This is a much slower run. The last trip was 5 minutes and 46 seconds. This trip is already over 6 minutes. I do think we have enough run energy, though, to always be able to run to the mine. So I think this is a very inaccurate trip. Because I don't have access to the mining guild, Triggered Cat. Oh, no. I thought I did put that in. Can someone check the VOD? Can someone rewind on the VOD and put the time in? Or you don't have to. I can do it later. It'll be on the VOD. I already reset it though. It was 6 minutes and something seconds. I don't think it's a valuable data point because I don't think you're ever going to have to walk back. Thank you, Paul. 6 minutes, 41 seconds. Appreciate you. 160 each. With that time, it's roughly 42k GP per hour. And that doesn't sound that good, to be honest. But again, I think that the second trip was really bad data. Because you're never going to be walking, I don't think, to this mine. Like, walking to this mine makes no sense. You've got the lowest kilogram weight that you have during the entire gameplay loop. You're going to be using your run energy. So, like, a full walk is just always incorrect. Oh man, do I drop the sapphire just for the test point? Probably. We will walk back for this test, though, just to keep it. It's not very often that you're going to be running back with full coal. So, like, here we're already 88% energy. We left starting at 100% energy. Now we're at 90. Like, we're going to get back with almost 100% energy. So if you run to the mine and walk back, you're using almost 0 energy per trip. Whoa, my monitor just lagged out. Okay, we're good. Better than how I mined to 60. I did the 3 spawns, 1 in Valley Mine, in the spot where King Scorps don't reach you. Okay. I never had crashers or Scorps to deal with, but it was slow. Me and my buddy had a good strat. He power mined iron and I ran it while alking. Pretty solid. What did you alk while running? All right, this is like 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the dot almost. So it's 5:30 and 5:46. Yeah, I would discard the data from trip 2, man. Look, we're at 100% run energy. Like, you're always going to be running there. And then you even have a little bit more run energy to play with. What do hard leather bodies alk for? A 100 coins profit or 100 coins? Because Nats are going for way more than 100. Or were you just doing it for the experience? I'm not going to time another one because this is going to be my last trip. I'm going to grab the sapphire and then go to bed. It's been a hell of a stream, guys. If you haven't already, please, please, please throw a like on the video, a sub on the channel, and hit the bell for notifications so that every time I go live, you'll see that I'm here and you can join. If you really, really want to help the channel grow, like be super generous, go to my channel and go through the different VODs there and like each VOD and comment on each VOD. I know that's a lot to ask, but it'll go a long way. It'll help us grow because it's going to push us on the algorithm. Yeah, paying a premium for XP. I got you. You just wanted the mage XP. It's passive mage XP. Fair enough. They don't even cover the nats, but the economy. Early on was super weird. Got you, brother. With a 530 data point, it's like 51k an hour at 160 each. It's not impressive. I'm just going to say it. It's not very impressive. So maybe I don't do this. I mean, it's fine for like now, just to like end the stream with it. I had to think of something to do. And tomorrow during the day, I'm going to be putting more thought into this. I was like, I need to go do something. And this was like right next to me. Pretty close anyways. I was at Varrock West. Tell this skeleton to quit hitting threes on me. I'm gonna have to like use pray melee here. If you scream for Gillinor at the top of your lungs, I will like, subscribe, and hit the bell. I would love to do that, Trickered Cat, but my wife is asleep down the hall. Well, through the foyer, through the living room, and then down the hall. And I will not scream and wake up my wife for likes and subs. My wife's sleep is worth more to me than the likes and the subs. Any other ideas of how I can earn your likes and subs that doesn't involve disturbing my wife's sleep pattern? You can profit off lesser demon camping with range at around level 50 and bronze arrows. I mean, when can I start meleeing lesser demons? And what's the profit per hour? I mean, you're obviously it's big RNG. You're hoping for rune medium helms, so. I don't think I have to use my pray melee, but I might have to. We'll see. It's like a Slayer task, yeah. Base 70s? Okay, I'm not doing that. No shot am I getting base 70s before pay to play. How many hours did you farm them for? Were you like above variance there, or is that like normal? Again, depending on how many hours you farmed. All right, boys. This is going to mark the final trip. Oh. Absolute hell of a stream, guys. Like, seriously. What a banger. I'm proud. I mean, I'll say it. I mean, I'm not embarrassed to admit when I'm proud of something I do. I'm really proud of... I was going to say I'm proud of what I accomplished, and I am. But I should add into it. Like, I'm proud of what we accomplished. Like, I didn't do this alone. We didn't get a dev of the server to come and speak to 34 of us with just me. And the dev that joined us didn't get to come on and talk about his work with just his work. He constantly talked about how he's very humble and how other people have spent way more time on the project than he has. I mean, all this is just to point out how this entire entire enterprise, from the development to the gamers to the community to the content. It's all a group effort, and we should all be excited to be a part of it. I know I am. It's a really cool experience. It's a once in a lifetime thing, and we get to be here for it. 2025, great year to be alive. Bro, skeletons are clapping your cheeks. I know. Let me eat some food before I go to bed, huh? Otherwise, I'll wake up and forget that I have no health. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, best stream we've ever had. Best stream we've ever had. Thank you for everything. I'm going to go brush my teeth and get myself ready for bed. But those of you who are staying here and getting those levels and grinding that XP, more power to you. Love this game. Love this community. Love each and every one of you for being here. Thank you so much. Until next time, I don't think I'm going to be on tomorrow. Maybe for a short stream, but like definitely dedicating tomorrow to spend time with the wife. So very likely that's not a stream tomorrow. We'll see about Thursday. That's why it definitely helps to hit the subscription bell, because sometimes it's erratic schedules. Mondays, Tuesdays, I'm consistent. But Thursdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays are a little bit erratic. So hit the bell. Until next time, guys. Game on. Grind on.